Hey everyone, I'm gonna give it about 2 minutes before I call this meeting to order. Everyone, I'm gonna give it until 7:05. I'm just waiting for Speaker Zong to give me the cue so that we can avoid opening roll call and not waste time that way. Thanks for being patient. I call this Wednesday, September 2nd meeting to order at 7:05 p.m. with Speaker Zong has already taken opening roll call as he's been admitting you all. I'm going to keep going down the agenda. So with keep going down, adoption of the agenda. Are there any motions? Representative Robertson?
Hi, I motion to add resolution number 1815 addressing the COVID-19 return to campus plan to old business, and then move resolution number 1815 to new business, retitled as resolution number 1915 addressing concerns about the COVID-19 return to campus plan, and finally add resolution number 20-15 calling for Penn State to transition to a remote learning format and on-campus housing closures to new business.
All right, I need 3 different seconds since there are 3 different all right, I'm saying 3 different seconds. Is there any discussion on any of the motions? If I don't see a hand, I'm going to take that as general consensus, and those will be added to the agenda.
I can provide really quick context as well for anyone that is confused. Essentially, last week we tabled resolution 1815, which was addressing COVID concerns. I didn't realize that we don't take that out and put in like the next piece of legislation because it wasn't a yes or no vote. So I titled this one as 1815. So what we're doing is we're returning the 1815 from last week under old business so that it can be rediscussed, changing this to 1915 and then adding the other piece of legislation as 2015, just for clarification's sake.
All right, since I didn't see any hands raised, we'll keep going down the agenda. Adoption of the meeting minutes. Is there a motion? All right, is there a second? All right, we'll keep going down. So next we have a special presentation by Iris Richardson, Director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion with University Police and Public Safety. Iris, if you could raise your hand so I can unmute you, and I'd love to have you introduce yourself. And to raise your hand, you go to the participants tab at the bottom. There's an option to raise your hand. There you go. All right.
Thank you. My computer set up a little different this time for me. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Iris Richardson. I am the brand new Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Director for University Police and Public Safety. I just put a one-page slide together this evening just to hit on some of the responsibilities that fall into my position, but also to share some backstory about myself. So I am a proud Penn State alum. I graduated from Penn State Berks campus with my bachelor's degree in applied psychology, and then pursued my master's degree at Westchester University. I am a native of Philadelphia and enjoy spending time and traveling with my friends and family when I can. Obviously in the midst of COVID, that's been stricken, but really excited about this opportunity to work with the university as I've been with Penn State for 10 years professionally. But this position was created in 2019 and a national search was done and I was the successful candidate at the end. Started April 13th, to think for a second, April 13th in the midst of COVID. So I just want to go down this list here and talk about my responsibilities and then open the floor for questions that I'm able to answer for you today. If we don't cover all of them, feel free to reach out to me in the future or after this if you want to. Sorry. So my position is providing overall direction, guidance, and planning when it comes to looking at our policies and our procedures and strategic communication. As part of my position is also outreach to the community, not just with University Park, but all 22 Commonwealth campuses. As Penn State University Police and Public Safety is centralized since 2017. My position is serves on internal university committees, as well as external ones. I work really closely with the finance and business strategic priority team as in advancing diversity. It's a long title, sorry. That's why I put it up there. As well as our CCU committee, which is our community and campus and unity group that was put together years ago before my position. I'm represented around that table and a couple others. I am the person that, again, like I said, the campus community, both on and off campus, has reached out to me for various things in regards to UPPS and where I can assist, advocate, and support. I do that, bring that back to the lead team that I sit on and share those concerns or advice and insight on how we can move forward as a department. I have been reviewing the current trainings that our officers were going through prior to my position and looking at training needs around diversity, equity, and inclusion for not only just our police officers, but the full 240 colleagues in the department. So both sworn and non-sworn, as in ways that they can improve, enhance their perspective around diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's been ongoing. The challenging piece to that is there are some trainings I want us to do face-to-face, but however, due to the midst of COVID, I'm trying to think of creative ways to still implement some of those things. So currently we're doing Zooms and online trainings, but it will at some point get to face-to-face or virtual face-to-face trainings. Next, I am also working on implementing communications in regards to programming system-wide. Some things have taken place at University Park's campus that didn't take place at our Commonwealth campuses. So we want to expand that. A community survey was conducted last year and feedback was gathered. I was able to sit and look at all of that data that came in from the 22 campuses and assess with the league team members or the district commanders. Yes, district commanders, I'm still learning all the titles. District commanders at the campuses and the lieutenants to talk about how we can proceed actively to pursue, and accomplish those goals in a sense of community and building community based on the feedback we received. And then lastly, again, like I said, that my position, even though I'm housed at University Park, I am connected to all 22 campuses in some way, shape, or form. So prior to COVID, this position would have traveled to all of those campuses, as a lot of you have in your roles, but we are setting up virtual meetings and still connecting and working with each other. So I will stop there and open the floor for questions that you might have that I can answer.
Sorry about that, everyone. Are there any questions for Iris? Keep going down the queue. Representative Lascausa.
Ryan, I think you're still muted. Oh, there you go.
There's a little bit of complication there of me trying to mute myself and accidentally remuting myself. But yeah, my whole question is, in light of everything that's happened over the summer around the nation with protests and everything that's caused those protests and, that underlying kind of issues that have been going on in society, how are you in your position helping the police department, the police for the university around the Commonwealth address those issues and try to address those issues, I'll say, yeah.
Yeah, so I will say this summer, we started with setting up Q&As, specifically reaching out to our Black and Brown students, faculty and staff, and inviting them in to have conversation with us. If we had one of them, and then we had general Q&A sessions over the summer just for engagement to connect with our students, because we do know some students were still set on some of our campuses, not all of them. And so we still wanted to engage. We reached out to different student organization leaders. I have been in touch with Blake and a couple others. Can't remember from UPU. I think Lexi was on one of those calls that I was on. and we engaged, and I shared, where we can, let me know. So we started setting up some virtual Q&As and engaging. And then while the officers that were on patrol on campus were still out and, connecting with students and providing services and resources to them. So we did have some Q&As and plan to continue those, as well as going into the spaces virtually and meeting with some of those groups and those students based on the feedback that we had, faculty and staff. And a lot of, again, like I said, Lexi and others have been at our CCU meeting, or we've had other meetings outside of this. So we are definitely continuing as best as we can to keep that relationship going. Being invited to this meeting to kind of talk about that is some legway that we're moving forward with.
Is there anyone that would like to yield time to Fernando Munoz who'd like to ask a question? All right, Fernando, I'm gonna unmute you.
Hello.
Hello.
My question regards how will you change the culture of Penn State policing, given the underlying, oppression and stigma that Black and brown communities are facing? I mean, when we have Black graduations, cops still decide to pull up in full uniform and kind of creating that trauma that a lot of people in our community still hold. It's, in the past, people come and they just want to show face, but they truly don't care. It's just more about just checking the box that, oh, they're cultured. They may kneel from time to time or whatever protest, but as you can see in Kenosha and Minneapolis, none of this is actually effective change. So how would you do that in your role?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, one, I can't control others, and we all have our own opinions. I think accountability is something huge. When we see, as I've shared, and again, I keep using Lexi as an example because she's been in meetings, but when you experience a negative interaction, I know it's tough to report it, but in order for me to, and the lead team, supervisors, to hold individuals accountable, we need to then be aware of those incidents. I'm new to the position, but also not new to the university, and know that there is processes and different things like that in place. But I think accountability is first and foremost. And if you yourself or others are noticing or witness these things, please feel free to email me. Like I said, I've been getting emails for different things. Email me, contact me, go on our Penn State police website and report it. Do know if you report it anonymously and we need to follow up with you, it's going to be hard to do that if you're looking for follow-up. But again, it starts with accountability. But I do want to recognize that some people are apprehensive to reporting things. But in order for change to happen and for people to be held accountable, we need to then report those things. And I think that, the other part of it is pulling out and recognizing that we're not perfect and it's going to take time. My position is new. Even though my position is Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, it's a team effort. And I will tell you that lead members on my team are all pushing forward for a better department. There's a lot of work behind the scenes that's being done, and a lot of trainings and dialogues and discussions that's taking place in order for that to happen. So that's what I think is going to happen. But again, it's accountability. And I'm not going to say it has or hasn't been done, but in my role that I'm in now, I'm challenging individuals to say, if you come across that, to please let me know. Because again, I can't do anything about something I'm not aware of. Does that make sense?
Other questions? Sorry about that. Are there any other questions for Iris? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Iris, for coming and giving a presentation for us and just giving us more information. Thanks for being a resource. And feel free to stay for as long as you'd like. Our meetings do usually run a bit long, but it's up to you.
I'm aware. and I won't stay for a long time, but I will put out there again, Iris Richardson. My email is iir101@psu.edu. Lexi, you can share that with the group. As I've been saying, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. Good news, challenging news, whatever it is. I just want to make sure that our students, particularly our students of color, our underrepresented groups, feel supported as we go through this. So I'm going to do all that I can on my part. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll keep moving down the agenda with Open Student Forum. Is there anyone here for Open Student Forum? If so, please go to the participants tab and raise your hand just so that I can recognize you. All right. Fernando Munoz, just please state your name and your academic college, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Just to clarify, is this the time to talk about the resolution regarding closure, or is that, okay.
Any issue that you would like to bring up, you have 2 minutes to speak about it.
For sure. Thank you, Lexi. So my name is Fernando, senior, international politics major. I'm concerned about this resolution because basically UPUA seems to forget to recognize how quick changes and financial burdens completely are disparaging Black and brown communities on campus. If Penn State wants to mess around and say, oh, we're going back to campus, we're not going back to campus, oh, we're going to go back to campus, and then this resolution is going to push them to close back the campus, like, people can't do that. Like, people have jobs on campus. People have houses that they're stuck with because they believe the school was going to hopefully stay open and we would keep our shit. Because apparently people don't recognize that freshmen are going to be irresponsible and mess around. And instead of closing the school, like the majority of the rest of the country did, we decided to open it and jeopardize everyone medically, financially, and mentally. So this idea that, oh, we're going to close the school for our safety, like, it's done. Like, people are screaming and flipping out because they have nowhere to go. We're not going to get financial benefit or unemployment checks. We're not going to be able to afford housing off campus, even if you do close it inside. Where's those financial barriers and protections for these students? So I get that, oh, you guys are interested in, protecting us, but it's fortunately that wasn't your choice. But closing the school is going to create more problems. And I wanted it closed in the first place in the summer, but going back and forth and just burdening POCs who are in marginalized communities who just can't afford to go and back and forth home. I'm not paying a ticket to go back to California. I'm not going to just drop everything and go. I'm staying here. And my job that are associated with campus helps pay my meals, helps pay my gas. So please keep that in mind when you make this decision, that you may not be in a position to really recognize what you're doing for students of color. Because this is the kind of perpetual issues that has always been stigmatized with UPUA and leadership at Penn State in general, that the voice of students of color are never represented. So please don't do this resolution. Keep the school open as long as you can so people can make their money and have some sanity in their life, because this is a whole pandemic that's changed everything for everyone. Don't make it harder for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Also for Open Student Forum, Jenna, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and academic college.
My name is Jenna Paraty, and I'm in the College of Health and Human Development. So my main issue with this proposal or resolution, I don't know what you guys really call it, is that I feel like there's a lot of steps that could have been taken before this drastic action, whether it's putting classes online for 2 weeks or actually pressing the school to discipline the people that broke the code of conduct, or testing more than 1% of the population. I just feel like you guys could have pushed for other things that weren't just resulting in sending everybody home. And I also think that when it comes to sending everybody home, although I don't want to affect the people that actually live in State College day to day, that for the country overall, sending all these people from all these different states back home would just go against everything that we've been working to do in trying to slow the spread, because that just sends everybody to spread it in their own state. So I don't know if there's other things you guys thought of but just didn't end up doing, but it seems pretty presumptuous that this is the only thing we can do. And just to present that as to the school as what everybody wants, I don't think that was the best idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna. And we'll keep going down the line. Kiana, if you could state your academic name and academic college, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, I'm Kiana Bingham. I am liberal I am in the College of Liberal Arts. I'm currently a double major in political science and African American studies. Just to go off of what Fernando said so beautifully, it comes from a very high point of privilege to send everyone home. People can go home to unstable home lives. This country is still in a recession. So if you send people home and their parents don't have money, that's another burden that you're adding on top of them when there are a lot of solutions that haven't been implemented for us to stay on campus. You know, testing, like I don't know one person that got tested, which is a huge issue, which I know was random, but that literally defeats the purpose. Like I have friends that go to large universities where everyone was tested, which could have prevented a lot of things. And I know like in the letter statement you guys put out, you guys was like underrepresented communities, but we're here now, you know, tuition is paid, leases are signed, and it hurts us a lot more to go home to possibly add another burden to our parents financially than it is to stay here. When me personally, from my standpoint of being surrounded by friends that are underrepresented communities, they have been doing their job. They have been doing what they're supposed to do. It is the represented communities that are having parties and are doing all of these things and will take the hardest hits if you guys decide to send us home. So that's it.
Thank you, Kiana. Keep moving down the line. Ayana, if you could state your name and academic college, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
You're a little muffled, but I can hear you fairly so. I'll let you know if it gets really bad.
Okay, just for full disclosure, I am actually in the law school, so I hope I'm able to speak during this forum, even though it's with the Undergraduate Association. Thank you. I have 3 concerns with the resolution. The first concern that I have, I read the resolution and I noted that at no point was it mentioned that Penn State students from minute 1 have had the option to voluntarily take their classes remote, and students still have that option. So I feel like that is the first reason why trying to send everyone home and going all remote for all students is unnecessary, because individual students at any point in time still have the option to go remote. The second concern I have is for the students that do decide to stay in person. Penn State University does have the authority to suspend those students if they do not follow the university rules with regard to wearing their face masks and social distancing. So again, I feel like asking to shut down campus and send everyone home is unnecessary, because the university can always suspend you if you do not follow the rules. And the third concern I have is the part in the resolution stating that while asking to suspend classes during the 7 to 10 day period while on-campus students move out, I would be concerned about when those classes would be made up. That may not be a concern for the law students, because most of us live off campus anyway, but for on-campus students, I would be, if I were an undergraduate on-campus student, I would be concerned about when I would be making up those 7 to 10 days worth of classes that I missed that were suspended while everyone moved out.
Thank you, Ayana. All right, is there anyone else here for Open Student Forum? All right. Please forgive me if I'm saying your name wrong, but Aryath, there you go. Aryath, just please state your name, your academic college. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Yeah. My name is Arya Yamangalam. I'm a part of the College of Engineering. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So everybody's already really hit on this point through, like, all the other speakers have really hit on this point, but I wanted to make it clear that we should think of this definitely as like a contractual obligation, right? So we signed the COVID compact at the beginning of the semester which basically defined what Penn State would do and what we should do. So Penn State, before we signed the COVID compact, us as students understood that some students wouldn't follow the rules, which is why the COVID compact was there in the first place. But as students, we cannot jump the gun on the contract and just say we need to be sent home without probing Penn State to do more, because we already assume that some students wouldn't follow the rules, and that assumption is right. Some students haven't been following the rules. Most of the students have. But what we haven't been doing is probing Penn State to create an actual legitimate guideline about what they're going to do when students don't follow the rules. Yes, they say they can suspend, but have they really been suspending to the degree that they should be doing so that students can stay on campus, right? So instead of determining whether we should actually stay on campus versus off campus, what we should be arguing is what plans and actions we should present to Penn State so that they can actually, create an actionable guideline, right? We should be voting on what we need to do to probe Penn State to make the right decisions, because we shouldn't just get rid of the contract that we established as students and institutions. Rather, we should uphold our end and also force Penn State to uphold their end so that we can have a safe time on campus. Because instead of doing that, you're basically throwing away the COVID compact of what we did in the beginning of the year just so that we could be sent home, which obviously disenfranchises a lot of people, right? So in total, we should really be probing Penn State rather than jumping the gun and saying, look, we just need to be sent home. Penn State needs to do more, and it's very obvious. A lot of people feel that way, that Penn State does need to do more. So instead of just being sent home and not holding Penn State liable, we should hold Penn State liable so that we can stay on campus and that students can, learn in a good environment rather than having to go back home.
That was perfect timing. Thank you. I'll keep going. This is still open student forum, but Representative Lascausa, state your name, academic college, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Ryan Lascausa, College of IST. I just wanted to thank all of these students for coming out today. And I also want to thank the PRCC for sending out the email essentially with this one piece of legislation on it, showing everybody that this is one of the best a pretty good turnout for Open Student Forum. And I really just want to thank you all for coming out and making your voices heard and being more active in student government. And I want to once again thank the PRCC for sending that legislation out, because they really helped up engagement here.
All right, keep moving down. Representative Robertson, if you could state your name, your academic college, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Noah Robertson, College of the Liberal Arts. I just kind of want to echo what Representative Lascausa just said. I want to thank all of the students who came to speak at Open Student Forum. I love the engagement. I just want to address a few concerns here, as well as I'll address them later during introduction for the legislation, because I just think there's been some misinformation that may have informed a few opinions. I know there was legislation that was from last week. We've really built upon it and expanded upon our advocacy initiatives about financial concerns, mental health concerns, physical health concerns, or really any other concern you might have. The resolution explicitly calls for exemptions for students facing these issues. I don't think it's fair that students facing issues at home should be sent home, and students should be able to make an appeal to administration on a case-by-case basis. Really, it's about the fewer people who are in state college, the fewer vessels there are for the virus to spread from body to body. That's the point of the resolution. It's not meant to disrupt social lives. It's meant to advocate and save the literal lives of students and community members. So I want to thank you all again for coming to talk, and I would encourage you to stick around when we introduce the legislation, because we don't want to disrupt students' lives. We don't want to cause distress with jobs, but it's also important to recognize that your physical well-being and the well-being of elderly faculty, community members, administrators is also important to consider. So thank you.
All right, I'll keep going down the line for Open Student Forum. James, if you could state your name, your academic college, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is James Walker. I'm in the Smith College of Business, and I'm thinking about everything that's being said about sending everyone home, and I just want to ask you guys just one small thing. See, I'm from Pittsburgh, right? And I have actually a number of friends up here who come from abusive households, right? Physically and verbally abusive. And I was talking to them earlier this week, and they're terrified about what would happen if they were sent home, because they don't want to go back to that. And really, I don't blame them. So really, I mean, what I'm kind of thinking right now, at least with regards to this resolution that may or may not be passed, is for those of you who want to vote yes, do you guys want to be known as the people who send people, their fellow students, back to physically and verbally abusive households? That's all I have to say.
All right, I'll keep going down the line. Representative Reynolds, if you could state your name and your academic college, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Joshua Reynolds, College of Liberal Arts. So to Representative Robertson's point about including an exemption for students under extenuating circumstances, my first question would be, who determines what those circumstances are and how? Because as James Walker just brought up, it is an absolute tragic but genuine reality that many students do not have the best of living circumstances at home. But even beyond that, we have overwhelmingly spent the last 5 months at home, largely devoid of contact with friends. We've seen increases in suicide across the country. We've seen serious issues with mental health, and this assembly has talked about mental health on a number of occasions and the need to promote services like CAPS, but there honestly—
I have to interrupt. There is a point of order, and I do agree with the point of order. Please save your responses to another representative until this time on the floor. Yeah, if there's anything that you want to say in general and not in response to a representative, please do, but please save that for the floor.
Okay, thank you. I would ask what was different about previous cases, but I will rest my case here and wait for the general debate. Thank you.
I will keep, I'm doing my best, guys. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep moving down the line. Kaitlyn, if you could state your name and your academic college, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kaitlyn Bruno, and I'm with the College of Liberal Arts. So I currently live in a residence hall, and this is my last semester, so I'm very excited, as most of you are, to be up here. However, I have seen an increase of residents in the building, you know, inviting outside guests, inviting people into their rooms and onto the floors and not wearing their mask, not taking it as seriously. And I have come to realize that just because they want to have, their friends over or something like that, it is rather scary for me knowing that not everyone has been tested and they're not being tested daily. And I'm not really saying for or against going home. I am just more concerned that a lot of residents aren't taking it seriously enough. And I do think that there needs to be more consequences than there has been for those residents and those students who haven't been, wearing the mask in the hub or in their classes or in the residence halls, or those residents that have been bringing people from off the campus into the buildings. And it's an environment that I want to feel safe in, being in my own dorm room. And I feel like just walking to the bathroom, seeing so many other residents not wearing their mask, standing really close groups together, holding doors open for people just to walk in. And I feel like there needs to be more consequences from the university for those students that aren't doing that. So thank you very much. And I really appreciate this forum.
Thank you. And I'll keep going down the line. Nicholas, if you could state your name and your academic college, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
So first off, I'd just like to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on a topic that I feel very passionate about. So my name is Nick. I am a resident from Pittsburgh. I am in the College of Communications and also in the School of Music. So I was expecting something like this to come up, us saying like, with all these cases and all these people like not taking it seriously, I figured something like this was going to come up, saying like we should send everyone home. But I think I just want to speak on more of a more of a general point of view. I've spoken to my father, who is a physician who's worked in a number of pandemics like this. Some have been more severe than this. And I think we all need to accept the fact that this is not going to go away. We're always going to have cases. We're always going to have some type of positivity rate, whether that be very, very low or very, very high. It's going to happen. But I think, personally, I think we need to stop living in fear. I think the longer we're cooped up and isolated, unless you're sick, we're just going to keep destroying our immune systems. And it's not, like I said, it's not going to go away. And yes, I'm all for masking, I'm all for distancing, but honest to God, I think people need to stop living in fear of this virus, because it's going to be around until we have a vaccine. It's not going to go away, and I think we just need to accept that. So I am completely against sending everyone home just for the actions of a few. I think that's absolutely ridiculous, because it's not fair to the people who have actually followed the protocols and have taken this seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll keep going down the queue. Let's see. Is there anyone else here for Open Student Forum? If you do, please go to the Participants tab and raise your hand. I'll give it a bit of time just because I know there were a couple of people speaking, but if you're here for Open Student Forum, please raise your hand and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. All right, Robert, if you could state your name and your academic college, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Robert Mead. I'm in the College of Engineering. Real quick today, just wanted to say I came back to campus because I had some in-person stuff related to lab work and some in-person stuff related to music, which is a big part of my life. There are organizations on campus that have poured hours and hours and hours of effort into figuring out protocols that they believe can work, that have been working, like the Blue Band, who is out there every day masking and socially distancing, doing what they can to keep doing their activities. And, you know, I'm having a good time. I feel safe. I think a lot of people around me, even those that are immunocompromised, feel safe. I think we should stay. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Aphrodite, if you could state your name and your academic college, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Aphrodite Biswas, and right now I'm here as a student of the College of Engineering. And being a member of UPUA, I am not of the executive board here. I'm not supposed to be having an opinion about the legislation per se, but just as a student, as an engineering student who's got 4 in-person classes out of a total 5 classes that I'm taking, and each of them have significant lab components. So for someone like me, having everything moved online hampers my level of education tremendously. And given the amount of money we're paying for the education at Penn State, having everything moving online really doesn't help with that. And secondly, we've all been talking about how the blame needs to be on the university and how it's trying to shift the blame on students. Letting the university go online and moving all of us back home, that's completely taking the responsibility away from the university. And it's all going to be on the students at that point and our families. And that is not something I can personally support. So trying to be unbiased as much as I can, but as a student, as an engineering student, as a STEM student, I am so sure that this decision, it's not in our favor. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
All right, Representative Meader, please just state your name, your academic college. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi everyone, I'm Lagan Meader, Belisario College of Communications. I'm not going to address any points of the resolution we'll be bringing up. One thing that I did just want to mention is yesterday I had my first experience as testing for COVID testing on campus. And it like quickly made me realize how easily this virus can spread. I wasn't in direct contact with anybody who was tested, but my friend was, her roommate was. So all of her roommates had to get tested, as did I, as did my friends who I was in contact with. And then just today, my other roommate, she got contacted that she needs to get tested. So now I have to get tested again. And I think it's just so easily passable, even if you're doing everything you can. If you live with roommates, you're already at risk. And additionally, when I was in line, I was at the hub parking deck for testing, and there was no social distancing at all. There were some students who weren't wearing masks. When we were given the test, we all had to crowd around together to be close enough to hear the lady who was speaking to us. There were only 2 people on site to proctor the testing and to distribute all the information and everything. So it really did just make it sort of a scary experience, knowing that even if I'm here to get tested, other students who are maybe positive are standing directly beside me. So I think that just really showed me how easily it can be passed around campus if we do all stay here.
All right, Representative Richardson, you'll just please state your name. You'll have 2 minutes to speak and your academic college.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lewis. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Awesome. My name is Lewis. I'm in the College of Liberal Arts and also Schreier Honors College. I serve as the rep for Schreier, which is why I mentioned that. But I actually am not sure what my opinion is on this yet. I figured that like I'd come into this meeting and have it all figured out, but I've heard all these voices from Open Student Forum, and it's really like sort of made me go back and forth on this. On one hand, I have my own personal opinion, right? I think that all things told, I have 4 classes in person, which I know is more than the norm. In my experience, classes have not been the problem. In all of those classes, I probably come in contact with about 300 students. All 300 of those students have had their masks on correctly in all of those classes for just about every minute of those classes. Every student has had their mask pulled up over their nose, which is not the norm if you walk around in public, obviously. On the other hand, I had my one roommate, someone in his business fraternity, actually tested positive the other day, and he may or may not have been in contact with them. He's going to get tested today. And after checking the COVID dashboard, he informed me that, the numbers are the same as they were, a few days ago. And this is even after his, friend had tested positive at University Health Services. Like the question I think we should be asking as students is, what is the university doing to help us? We can do all we can, but at the end of the day, it's going to come from us. We're the ones that need to pressure the university to really be reporting these numbers at the very least. You would think that the test comes through University Health Services, that'd be reported immediately. So, again, I have no idea how I'm going to vote tonight, but I encourage everybody to stick around, watch the show. Thank you.
All right, Representative Schultz, please state your name, your academic college. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Sorry. Hi, Brian Schultz, College of IST. Just wanted to make a quick statement about the testing data. According to what I've heard, the university is updating that every Friday. So that's why we're not seeing that on a day-to-day basis. Say what you will about how frequent that is. I just wanted to clarify that.
All right, is there anyone else here for Open Student Forum? And I'm going to echo Representative Clipstein here. If you're a rep, you'll have time to speak later on the floor. Is there anyone that is not within UPUA that's kind of chiming in as a student? Please, if you have anything to say, please do. I'll give it a minute in case anyone just jumped on. All right. Seeing no one else for open.
If I can jump in real quick. I don't know if you allow this, but Representative Reynolds, he just wanted to give out some of the statistics from the survey rather than directly addressing legislation. I think that the survey results are pertinent for students to hear. So I believe that he should have the right to speak, especially if people will be leaving later on in the meeting.
If it's just the statistics, I'll allow it.
Thank you, Speaker Zong and Vice President Pathakal. So I sent out a survey a couple of days ago asking a variety of questions to students pertaining to their opinions of current and proposed legislation. And this survey, the questions were reviewed by Speaker Zong and by President McKay and by several others in an effort to make them as non-leading as possible and ensure that we are getting accurate results that allow for the students to truly represent their thoughts and give their input. And so on the question posed to students that are currently living on or off campus regarding mental health, the statistics say, based on a survey response that is currently at 664 and was shared with all members of the UPUA and PLA to pass on to their distinctive friend groups and constituencies, to how do you feel that a total closure of campus and transition to online classes would impact your mental health? 50.9% said my mental health would be greatly harmed. 23.8% said my mental health would be moderately harmed. 15.5% said my mental health would be unchanged, 5.6% said moderately improved, and 4.2% said greatly improved. To the topic of education, 54.6% said my education will be greatly harmed, 26.9% said my education would be moderately harmed, 14.8% education unaffected, 2.1% education moderately benefited, and 1.6% greatly benefited. I would be more than happy to share the, can I screen share? Oh, yes, I can.
Give me, yeah.
Let me know.
You should be able to.
Thank you. Oh, what is this? This is not it. Here we go. So this is, okay, so from 621, so these were the responses gathered from students that are currently residing on campus or off campus.
Josh, I don't,
you're still sharing
I don't think you're showing it.
You're sharing the teams still.
Oh, I'm sorry. How do I close that? I thought that was.
You click
tap new screen up at the top.
Yep.
Are we good now?
Share.
Still can't. It's still teams.
Okay, 1 second. Let me try it. I'm sorry. I'm not that great with Zoom. Okay. Thank you. So, posed to all of the on-campus and off-campus students living in the downtown area, these were the responses regarding how a total closure of campus would affect the quality of their education and how it would impact their mental health. So as you see, the blue and the red segments of the pie chart show students who think it would be greatly or moderately harmed. Yellow, orange is unaffected, and green, purple are positive. And in terms of whether students felt that they had a choice, more than 3/4 so far have responded that yes, they chose to be here for academic, extracurricular, social, financial, or other reasons. 8.7% said they chose, but they were strongly pressured for one factor or another. And then roughly 15% of students responded that they did not have a choice due to either a housing contract, the only offering of their classes being in person, or due to the need to return to University Park in order to work and pay for their education. So overwhelmingly, the response is that this would have a significantly negative impact from the students' perception on their education and mental health, which, as we have discussed, mental health is a very serious concern for all of us in this. So thank you.
All right, I'll keep moving down the line for Open Student Forum. Lex, please state your name, your academic college. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Lex Burke, College of Com. Hey guys, it's nice to be back here. I'm not sure what was said already. I was in a neighborhood association meeting, so I was a little bit late to the game, but basically I just wanted to speak for off-campus students who would be stuck in a contract. I don't foresee the university or any landlords paying or prorating students' rent if the university were to cancel. And That's over, I think, 2/3 of the student population. That's what someone said in the neighborhood meeting tonight. That would be staying here regardless of whether we go back or not. And if we do go back and students decide to return to their families, I mean, everyone knows our numbers here are not looking great. People could have become exposed to it, contracted it, are asymptomatic, and then come back and be with their loved ones who are immunocompromised or elderly or whatever. And that could just be really disastrous for, our state and the state of our health as a whole. But yeah, I just wanted to, I'm sure somebody else touched on all of that tonight, but I wanted to make sure you guys were thinking about that before you vote tonight. Have a nice night. Thank you.
Before I keep going down the queue, I also want to remind everyone, you can't speak twice in open student forum. You have one opportunity in the 2 minutes. So if you've already spoken, I apologize. I can't give you that privilege again. I gave it to Representative Reynolds because he was presenting data that I think was important for everyone to see. With that, Representative Richardson, I believe you are speaking on behalf of someone else.
Yeah, but they just texted me and said they might be able to come by. I mean, could you put me at the bottom of the queue potentially? If they don't come, I can speak. If they do, I'd rather them speak on their own behalf.
Okay, I'll keep you on the bottom then, and I'll keep going forward.
Thank you.
Catherine, if you could state your name and your academic college, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. My name's Catherine. I'm in the part of the Arts and Architecture College of Arts and Architecture. I just wanted to give my perspective as someone living in undergraduate housing. I know that a lot of this conversation has been addressing what would happen to students that aren't living on campus, and I appreciate all of those perspectives, but I just thought it'd be a good idea to give my perspective. So I'm living in a single right now, and I felt the need to come to school because I have hybrid classes that are some in person, some not. But recently, a lot of my classes have been starting to be just over Zoom because of weather and feeling like because a lot of my classes have been outside. And because of this, I've been having a really hard time with my mental health because I'm getting basically no human interaction because I'm living in a single and all my friends live off campus, which is a 30-minute walk from me. I've gone more than 19 hours without seeing a single person that I am friends with because of the fact that I have classes from 9 to 4 some days, and then I have to do homework afterwards. And I understand that a lot of people are saying that if they got sent home, they wouldn't be surrounded by friends. But I guess my question is, are these people living off campus or are these people living on campus? Because I haven't taken a look at the legislation, so I can't obviously speak upon that. But I was a bit confused about whether the legislation is asking kids that live off campus to be sent home or if it's just kids living on campus. Thank you.
All right, I'll keep going down the queue. Elena, if you could state your name, your academic college, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi guys, my name is Elena. I am currently a junior in the Schreier Honors College. I am in the Smeal College of Business and the College of Liberal Arts as well. My perspective on this case, I actually am currently living in an on-campus dorm room. I am in Lyons Hall in South, and I am against the resolution to close down on-campus housing due to the fact that it would kick me out of my living situation. So last year when we went online, I actually returned to my off-campus apartment to carry out my finals and do my schoolwork because being home was not really a great place to conduct learning, do your finals. You have your dogs barking, your parents talking. It's just very difficult to study there. So coming back to school and being on campus has been really helpful for me to have a place to live and to study. And I actually, ironically, my roommate was actually sent home because she had COVID. So I see people on campus following the right precautions and they're taking the right actions to make sure that they're staying healthy and they're making sure people around them are healthy. For me, I see the main reason in the rise in cases is due to off-campus living. I think the off-campus people who are gathering, that is the reason cases are spiking, and I don't see the point. I don't see what shutting down classes or shutting down the dorms will do differently, as the cases are really are happening outside of it. I think it just punishes students and kicks them out of their living. So thank you.
All right, Talisa, if you could state your name, your academic college, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Talisa from Division of Undergraduate Studies. I am against the resolution because financial issues, and I know a lot of people who have leases they can't get out of, but I think that if people stay on campus, then of course the rules have to stay intact when it comes to wearing masks, when it comes to social distancing, and consequences need to be taken for people who don't follow the rules. I know that one of the speakers talked about fear and how we can't live in fear, but I think there's a big difference between fear and wisdom. If you take the necessary precautions to protect yourselves and protect the people around you, then that creates a decrease in you're actually testing positive for the COVID or spreading it to someone else. So I think that wisdom needs to be taking place. Of course, people are still going to be afraid. Of course, there's a vaccine that's still being waited on, but there's a big difference between fear and wisdom. So wisdom needs to take authority in everybody's hearts and minds when it comes to the pandemic. That's all.
Thank you. I'll keep going down. Brett, please state your name, your academic college. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, so I'm Brett Williams. I am a RHS major, which is Rehab and Human Services. I'm a junior, and I'm currently living in Lyons Hall, same as Elena. I agree completely with Elena. I think the problem is a lot of students who are off campus. I can speak for on behalf of like everyone that lives here and all my friends who live on the floor, that we feel very safe here. I come home, I don't see, like, unless I go to class, I rarely see anyone. It's not like an apartment building where you're in the elevator with people, you're constantly passing people. I rarely even run into people like down the hallway and in the bathrooms. And we have cleaning staff who are constantly cleaning. I'm constantly cleaning. So yeah, overall, like with what Elena said, I completely agree. And I think like this is where we live, and like as easy as it is to like just like take it away, like I feel like I've already learned so much in here and like been more focused here than I was at home. And so for all those reasons, I would like to keep the floor, please.
Thank you. I'll keep going down. Catherine, please state your name, your academic college. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, I'm Catherine. I'm in the College of Nursing, and I live in a dorm here at Penn State. And I would like to advocate for those who are living in the dorm. As I've been here, like I've been in my room with, my roommate who's 6 feet apart. You leave the room, you put on a mask, so you're really not in contact with anyone. Personally, I think there's only like maybe 10 of us on this entire floor, and I've probably passed someone in the hallway once. We really don't come in contact with each other. And I just don't believe that sending us home will help the COVID cases here, as it is mainly people off campus, hanging out with their friends, and that will still be going on if we leave. And as well, you have to take into account that everyone here is going to be going home, and thus, let's say they have COVID and they go home and they'll spread it to everyone in their hometowns, which will just make like issues there worse. Rather than if we're here, we get tested, like 700 people tested a day or whatever, and you're immediately taken into isolation. So there are so many like safety measures in place that I think we should be allowed to stay on campus. So that's it.
Thank you. All right. Give me a second. Is there anyone else here for Open Student Forum? Omkar, if you could state your name, your academic college, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Omkar. My academic college is College of Engineering, and I'm a senior. I just want to speak a little bit on this. If we do move forward with sending students back home, one severe issue which did rise up during sending students back home, especially for international students, was the government's legislation and the government's behalf on government's take on how they want to deal with international students, which did occur recently, and that will also affect international students in coming back immigration wise. And I don't know how, I would just ask, how is the UPUA planning to support international students in this process? Because one, it is a pretty terrifying process going back to India, where I'm from. It takes 4 different flights. You have much higher chances of catching COVID than going back to your own country and remaining in quarantine. So in the scenario that that UPUA is planning to move forward, I just want to advocate them to take international students' perspectives also into mind, and also offer them help. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll keep going down. Shay, if you could say your name and your academic college, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, I'm Ava, and I'm in the College of Communications right now. I'm against the resolution. As the person prior to me was saying, I'm from Hawaii, so it's not as easy for me to just go home if the hall does close down or if we are kicked out of the dorms. And we do have the big time difference, and even if we do go home, you know, I'm 6 hours behind, and I really struggled waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning until 10 a.m. for all of my classes in the spring. And I will also want to advocate for the international students as well, as I do feel like they will be going through that same problem. I feel very safe in my dorm. I'm in Lyons. And as Katie said, we have like 10 people on here. We put our masks on. We all follow the same protocol. And yeah, I am against it. And I think that we should be able to stay in our dorms. This is like our home.
Thank you. I'll keep going down. Sarah, if you could state your name and your academic college, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm in the College of Health and Human Development and also in the Schreier Honors College. So I wanted to address the point that yes, off-campus spread is actually more prevalent than on-campus spread because there are less regulations and there's just more people being more reckless. And I think in order to address that problem, I think that Penn State needs to, yes, take more strict disciplinary action, but off-campus students also have to recognize that they have a great deal at stake, and that we have a great deal at stake as people. I live on campus, so like I think that people who live off campus also need to recognize that, you know, it doesn't matter, like, yeah, okay, if on campus students get kicked off, like they will still be here, but they have to recognize that they have a great deal at stake for us and also for the entirety of the state college community, because the more that COVID spreads within the university, the more that it's going to extend out into state college, and they simply don't have the hospital capacity for people actually getting COVID for community spread to start up in this community that never really had it in the beginning. So we're really putting a lot at risk here. So I think, you know, you can weigh the cost benefits of that for sending people home or keeping them here. But if you keep them here, you need to be able to keep them accountable and really make them understand that there is a lot at stake, not only for them, but for everyone living on campus and everyone in the community surrounding them, because we're not a bubble. We are within an entire town and affecting a lot more people than we think we are.
Thank you. Representative Shi, if you could state your name, your academic college, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, I'm Xiaoru Shi. I'm a student in College of Engineering, and I'm personally an international student and a representative from UPUA. So for the students who addressed, you know, how UPUA is going to do for international students, tonight I'm planning to bring up a resolution, you know, to work with the CAPS service to expand the CAPS to have a specialized service for international students. And we are right now working to bring up a new policy to faculty senate to actually give international students working, studying overseas the attendance forgiveness. So basically they can work on their own pace, and because we consider them, working in different time zones, which is very inconvenient. And also, even if the campus is closed and we have all the courses going online, we'll make sure that we'll do the exact same thing as in the spring semester, where all the commons and services will remain open for students in need, for students choose to remain on campus for various reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else here for Open Student Forum? If so, please go to the Participants tab and raise your hand so that I can recognize you. I'll give it like 30 seconds to a minute, just because I know some people are hopping on. If not, I will be moving down the agenda. And just to address Representative Meter's point, you could motion to do that. That usually comes up in the motion of the agenda to change it around. What I will do, is there anyone that's, actually, before I even address that, let me see if there's anyone here for Open Student Forum. If not, and seeing no other hands, I'm gonna keep moving down the agenda. But since I do see a motion to suspend the rules, is there any discussion on that motion? I see a second. All right, I'm going to take general consensus with that. All right, so with the original motion to present the legislation before swearing in the secretary, do you mean by the old business? Or Representative Meter, I just want a clarification if you can. I can also unmute you if you want to clarify your motion. Right. If you could raise your hand just so you can jump to the top.
Sorry, I was trying to type while doing all that. I'm not sure where we put it. I just wanted to do it before swearing in the secretary due to the fact that so many students here seem to be here for discussion on the legislation. I want to make sure that they're able to be here for that before we get into other things.
I just want to clarify, do you mean resolution 1815, the one that was tabled and that's under old business now?
Yes.
Okay. We will be going to that after President McKay's report and mine. So that will be already the first thing that it's going to be before the confirmation as is. But did you also mean for the resolution 2015 as well?
Yes, both of them.
And
okay.
I assume 19, just like all legislation, or only 18 and 20?
I'm thinking only 18 and 20 just because that seems to be what a lot of students are here for. But if we're not able to do that, I understand as well.
Okay, so I'm gonna just clarify the motion. So Representative Meter motions to move resolution 1815, which is already an old business, but moving resolution 2015 before the confirmation. So that would be line item A under new business. If that's the case, is there anyone that wants discussion on that? Please raise your hand. If not, I will just take general consensus with that. And motion to suspend the rules technically is a part of modern rules simply because they are modern rules. They do follow a system. So Representative Lascausa, do you want to discuss the motion?
This is a clarification. Which resolution is which? Because one of them is about saying that we should take students off campus. The other one's the one that has all the other measures that we think if students stay on campus, they should do. Which one's which?
Representative Robertson, if you could raise your hand so you can clarify.
Hi, I motion to, the motion seeks to move all of the legislation to as soon as possible so that students who are here are able to listen to the conversation and not have to sit through like reports or confirmations, etc. So I think it's resolutions 18, 15, 19, 15, and 2015.
So I'm going to take Representative Meter's motion first, and that was only 18, 15, and 2015, and keeping 1950 in the new bit, like at the bottom again. So with that, I'm still going to keep that motion that Representative Meter had. Is there any discussion on that? Representative Meter? Sorry, my screen just keep moving. There you go.
Sorry, just to clarify Representative Lascausa's point, the first one, 1915, I believe, is addressing not the campus closure, it's addressing everything that we're calling on the university to do. The second one is about campus closure.
I can also clarify, so 1915, 1815 is the one that's an old business. I believe that's the one that was addressing concerns about the COVID-19 return to campus plan. 2015 is calling for Penn State to transition to remote learning format and on-campus housing closures. Those are the two that people want to discuss first. 1815 is an old business, so that's coming up first before the confirmation as is. So the only motion right now is moving 2015 into line item A of new business. So that's the motion, moving 2015 to line item A of new business. Is there any discussion on that? Representative Robertson?
I'm not sure if the, is 1915 addressing concerns about COVID-19 return to campus plan, and resolution 2015 is calling for Penn State to transition to a remote learning format and on-campus housing closures?
So I think Speaker Zong addressed it in the beginning. The numbering is a little off. So because last week 1815 was the one that was tabled that's addressing concerns about the COVID-19 return to campus plan, that's 1815, that's an old business. The one that's a new business that is the motion on the table right now is 2015, calling for Penn State to transition to remote learning format and on-campus housing. 1915 is the support for international students affected by COVID-19. That is currently staying in new business where it is unless there's another motion. But right now, we are on the motion of 2015 moving to line item A. Is there discussion on that? If not, I'm going to take general consensus with that, and that'll be moved. Representative Tierney?
Tim Tierney at large. I'm still confused on the clarity of whether this is in order in modern rules of order, because I am almost certain that I tried to motion to suspend the rules this past summer, and I was told that it wasn't in modern rules of order. I know it is in Robert's Rules of Order, and the way that we proceeded in the summer, I think, was the chair just did it instead of making the official motion. So then it would be a chair's decision to suspend the rules, because technically suspending the rules from someone that is a legislator in this body would not be applicable with the rule convention we're in right now.
All right, so if everyone's okay with that, I just want also everyone to be aware, representatives aware, I don't want to have, I don't want to be taking too much power here. That's why I'm having kind of like a discussion about this. But since there's not really a consensus on it, and there was no one raising their hand against that motion, it seems that 2015 will be in line item A of new business as is. If there's discussion on that, if anyone wants to, I guess, appeal that in what Representative Tierney was saying, please raise your hand to do so. But if I'm seeing nothing, that's how we're going to proceed. All right, I am seeing nothing. So we're going to keep moving down the agenda. Next, we'll hear a report by President McKay. President McKay?
Good evening, everyone. It's great to see you all virtually, and I hope that each of you are doing well now that we are a whole week and a half into classes. This is a difficult time, as many students have expressed tonight. and in many ways could even get more and more difficult as the semester goes on. I encourage you to reach out for and to any of the resources that Penn State offers, which are plentiful. I know here in UPUA, we're working to compile more or less a comprehensive list of many different resources, especially during COVID, which, or during this pandemic, which students might find useful. But the university offers those in great amounts right now too. Please do reach out if there's anything which we might be able to help you with on a peer-to-peer basis. We're always here to talk. We never judge. And most importantly, we'll always listen. I also want to thank Iris for coming and speaking tonight. I think that was a very informative presentation, and I certainly learned a lot, as well as to all the students who are here tonight. The last time I checked, we don't have 120 representatives, which is good to see civic engagement on this scale, having been a big proponent of it last year. I also want to commend the College of Arts and Architecture, specifically the School of Theater and School of Music, for their work with the hashtag Red Alert efforts that highlighted the various impacts which COVID-19 are presenting on live events. This is a pandemic which affects everybody differently, but certainly during this time, industries which rely on that in-person interaction and physical performance especially is certainly at a disadvantage. And so please be sure to keep them in your thoughts and in your advocacy, as I learned that there's, Tom has shared some congressional money up for discussion to help support those actors and musicians and the like. Ultimately, folks, while we are here on campus, I need your help. I need you to set the example. As representatives here of the student body, I need you to wear masks. There's really no question. I need you to show up to classes, whether on Zoom, if you're Zooming in from an on-campus building, or if your class is still in person, wear that mask, practice social distancing, and encourage others to do it too. It might seem unpopular to walk around and ask others to kind of help out, but this is truly a team effort at this point if we are to remain on campus, as has been suggested. I walked around with Barry Bram not too long ago, just a little walk around the hub with he was a public health ambassador. And it was kind of awkward asking a few of the students who weren't wearing masks at tables to put them on, but ultimately it is something that we all need to make sure that we're doing. Let me know if you need an extra, or if there's any student who might be a little concerned about or confused about those university, state, and local health guidelines. Please make sure that you're following them. To the students that spoke tonight, know that I've heard you, and I know that the representatives here have too. A lot of the concerns that I've heard specifically about a dramatic switch to remote learning now involve situations, a discussion on whether or not we could push for other things first and foremost, and I would frankly agree with you. A lot of the changes which Lexi and I have been pushing for in meetings with Eric Barron and meetings with Damon Sims and other university leaders include pushing for greater transparency, as was mentioned here in the chat earlier today. The university's dashboard will be updated twice a week as opposed to once. Damon, in fact, had been pushing for more than once, and it was perhaps other universities, university leadership who weren't quite sure that we would have that data in time. But we're pushing even more because that's ultimately the only way that we're going to be as informed as possible, is to make sure that that's as updated as possible. You can find those updates on the dashboard every Tuesday and Friday, starting now. Alternative grades are also something that we've been discussing, trying to find a way to ensure that students, given the fact that many of our classes are hybrid and are, slated to be in person, but might move to hybrid depending on how things go. This is not a normal learning environment, and it's certainly questionable whether or not, it's worth questioning whether or not the level of education that you'll be able to receive via Zoom is going to be maybe all that you expected. And so alternative grading is something that we've been pushing for as well. Supporting students who can't go home has always been at the top of our priorities, specifically international students and those who are affected by things like domestic violence and other harmful environments back home. This is, I mean, we cannot forget those students, especially if, regardless of what the UPUAs and Assembly might decide tonight, which, mind you, appears to be only a recommendation to the university. To those watching now, don't decide whether or not we go home. I want to make that clear too. Pushing for greater consequences for those who are breaking the procedures. I've had a conversation with the Vice President for Student Affairs about this. The last thing that, in his words, that he wants to do is punish students, but I've made it clear that, you know, with that responsibility, there's a time and a place to really exert it. And I think that now we're seeing more and more situations where students are really getting a slap on the wrist and told to go test, but beyond that, don't have much of an inclination not to do it again, other than putting the community at risk. Other schools have been texting me. I got a text from Purdue student body president not too long ago about how they were starting to implement suspensions and expulsions. I forget which university it was, had suspended over 200 students. A significant amount of students are now facing serious penalties elsewhere. We should be looking to something too if we're serious about this. And making sure that, again, regardless of what the university does, that housing contracts, whether on or off campus, are something that provides a good deal of flexibility. Other institutions are actively fighting landlords and downtown tenants to help students get out of their leases should there be a move online. Frankly, we don't know whether or not, you know, this 73 number is going to all of a sudden increase to 703. If it does and the university were to decide to make that hairline decision, I need to know that the university will be supporting students in at least some sort of advocacy to those tenants and downtown landlords. But you should also know that on campus, even now, if you are taking entirely remote classes, you are eligible at no penalty to request, at least out of your fall semester housing contract. What you have to do is go to eLiving and request to cancel that contract and just simply outline that you're taking remote classes. The university understands that situation and you would be reimbursed for that fall semester at no penalty. Should the spring semester be in a similar situation, you would, of course, be eligible to get out of that as well. So please do keep that in mind as you're considering whether or not, or considering, frankly, your housing situations, regardless of what happens here. Yeah, I know that I made a frank, not a, I represented what I truly had believed was the best course of action on national television to keep our students safe with the information that we had at hand. The polling which I had conducted, more or less the Student Leader Roundtable, a collection of executives from organizations across campus, had collected, was overwhelmingly in support of not staying the course and in fact returning to a remote environment much earlier on. Given the fact that we're here, we're now a week in, that sudden switch back would pose quite a lot of problems. And to say that, you know, I'm just going to say, as some might have in the past in any role, that there is no room for change would be astronomically stupid. And so I'm more than open to hearing a lot of these concerns, and it's certainly, it's altered the way in which I go about viewing the situation greatly, and I really appreciate you sharing those concerns. A few business updates. The Student Fee Board met last Friday to discuss reallocating some of the $420,000 which were allocated to STI testing. This STI testing was something that I know several representatives here in this assembly now, and perhaps students watching, myself included, were very excited to see come about. Some of the money, approximately 27%, which totals to about $113,000, give or take, will be allocated to flu vaccines to ensure that students can, at no charge, pick up those vaccines. They had asked for more, but I believe some of the greatest concerns that the fee board had was the confidentiality aspect that the STI testing funded by the student-initiated fee would provide, that healthcare services do not provide, and wanted to make sure that that was available come time to really roll out the STI program, STI testing program. It's also been, there have been a few concerns raised to me about the sort of new people that we're bringing into the UPUA. There are quite a few, especially within the executive branch. So I want you to know that I'm still trying to figure out the free trial of Lucidchart to create some kind of a flow chart for everyone here and really help understand what these structures look like, the departments and the like, who are frankly all here to help you succeed as representatives, getting out and getting in touch with the student body and advocating for them and on behalf of them with as much data and research as possible. Nikhil, the head of the records department, who was confirmed last week, and I are working on updating our internal contact info so that you can reach out to those people directly. For anybody who's watching, you can find all of these representatives' contact info, just their PSU emails, on the UPUA's website at upua.org/assembly/representatives. This will lead you to the directory of representatives, and you can learn who represents you here tonight. For a general breakdown, you have 20 at-large representatives who obviously represent the entirety of the student body. Feel free to reach out to any of them, but everybody also has a college representative and perhaps a community group representative as well. I understand that Speaker Zong is working on applications for a first-year representative as well to help first years get involved as representatives. I'll also be working with Harsh Patel, the Director of Website Management under Aphrodite, as head of outreach to update the website to reflect some of these new roles and so that everybody in the student body can learn about the people who hold them. Then lastly, Chief Justice Shukman and I will be interviewing a few of the applicants for the remaining 4 J-Board spots. If you remember, we had held off on the remainder of the J-Board spots earlier this year with the idea that we would try and pick up some first-year interest, and I'm excited to say that we did. So they will be considered for that, for one of those 4 posts sometime before next Wednesday, and hopefully brought before this assembly for confirmation. That's all I have. I'd be happy to take any questions and hopefully provide any answers.
Are there any questions for President McKay? Sharon Mishler?
Adeline Mishler at large. President McKay, how do we now, or how do you now kind of change the student narrative and make sure that the student narrative is about supporting students and advocating for student-friendly things and making sure that we're not abandoning students and that we're accurately reflecting what students want and need here at University Park. So, and how are you more specifically, I think better worded, I'm sorry, I'm kind of just going off the cuff here. How do you use your platform and the kind of recognition that you have as student body president to make sure that you're pushing the narrative that students need, which is students, administration, everyone, do your part. How do we do that? How do you do that? Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Mishler. It's a very good question. So the concerns expressed tonight have always been at the forefront of my mind. Never for a second did I neglect the mental health aspect of returning to campus. And from the very beginning, that call, which I'd really made to the university, was made prior to the return to on-campus life during the move-in period, and prior to, and then just early in the week before we had all really started to grow our roots. And now that we're here, support for students is our first and foremost priority. Within the UPUA, we've work to ensure that the resources which have really been sitting here collecting dust are now available for students to come and pick up. Things to help learn about CAPS and the various mental health services that the university provides there, as well as information about domestic violence situations back at home and how the university can provide help there. Information about which services downtown do and do not accept Lion Cash, and even talking about expanding that to include a smaller packet focusing on smaller businesses in the State College community will all be accessible here in 314 Hub, should any student wish to come by. With regard to media and publicity, my foremost concern has been the blame that's been put on students. I really, frankly, didn't like the rhetoric that President Barron has used about, do you really want to be the one student who's responsible for sending us all home? I think there's a time and a place for taking personal responsibility, and I think we can all recognize that it's on all of us now that we're here to really take that responsibility. But I think it was veering very, very closely into the waters of we are going to send students off into this environment with testing procedures that's being updated once a week, testing 1% of our population on a day-to-day basis, whereas, as we've talked about, other schools are blowing it out of the water. And then turning around when we see situations like what happened at East Halls and at fraternities downtown, and blaming fraternities, blaming the interfraternity council, blaming students, first-year students who, frankly, have been cooped up for months on end. The fact that the university hadn't accounted for that, hadn't prepared RAs to appropriately deal with that, to the point where I'm spending hours in the office hearing concerns from RAs that they're crying over whether or not they're going to want to stay in their roles because they don't feel as though they can handle it. It was pretty alarming for me, but I think now that that public platform has really has to be shifted towards pushing for those things that I'd mentioned, right? Alternative grading, making sure that should there be a return to remote learning, that some kind of a procedure is in place so that students who can't go home have sanctuary here at the university where they are safe, or wherever they're safe. Penn State's a pretty large empire, if you will, with its 19 Commonwealth campuses. Perhaps there's ways to help students who are more local to Abington find housing there as opposed to returning home. We can find the options and we can find the solutions. It's on us to make sure that we're doing all we can and following those guidelines here at University Park. But my role now is to really ensure that regardless of what happens, we are supporting our students mentally, financially, physically, and emotionally, and ensuring that the university upholds that end of the compact that we all signed to.
Is there anyone willing to, just give some time to someone who is wanting to ask a question? All right, I'm seeing it all. All right, Nick, if you'd like to ask a question, President McKay.
Sure, hi, thank you for having me on. My name's Nick Barosik. I'm a resident assistant here in Atherton Hall. I'm part of the College of the Liberal Arts as well as the Schreier Honors College. My question is directed obviously to Mr. McKay. He said that the consensus for his statements on CNN came from campus executives, and clearly that's incongruent with the reality that many students are facing here on campus, as we heard during the open student mic. So my question is, firstly, how did you said that you spent over a couple hours with other RAs in your office. Can you quantify that? And then seeing that these results are not generalizable to the greater student body, how do you plan about rolling back or walking back the misinformation that you shared with CNN and the rest of the nation?
Quantifiable, can you explain what you mean by quantifiable and meeting in the office with RAs?
Nick, if you could raise your hand just so that it's at the top of the queue.
Certainly. So how many RAs have you had come to your office and communicated with, talked over
Good question. Well, if you're an RA in Atherton Hall, I'm sure you're aware of the letter, which has been penned by several different residence assistants, many of which are from Atherton.
Yes.
As well as others, directed towards the administration, focused on concerns related to living as residence assistants. We've gone through that pretty firmly. And one RA in particular expressed those concerns on behalf of the others who had signed on to it. To my knowledge, I don't know if the letter's been sent. That might be more information that you know that I don't, but you know as well as the next RA that you can't go to the press and share those concerns. It's legally, it's in your contract. So the idea that somebody had come to me and said, you know, I frankly do not, I cannot, you know, go to the press and express these concerns. It was something that I really empathized with, because as the student representative, it's your job to not only listen, but then to elevate those voices. And so I did my best to ensure that we were making as accurate a representation on national television with regard to the fact that RAs were overwhelmed with what they had been asked to do. Now, given, you know, that was in the first week of school, and yes, you had parties like you did in East Halls. And
I think President McKay froze. Just give him a minute. All right. I'm gonna give him about, like, he's gonna wait. He's gonna see if he can rejoin. I think his connection just cut out. Sorry for the technical difficulties, everyone.
yes, sorry about that. Does that count toward my time? Yeah, as I mentioned, you know, I really did do my best to at least try and represent those concerns that RAs had expressed to me directly. Perhaps, you know, you were in a situation where that might have been different. You might have felt differently. And, you know, I never intended to claim that in that situation, I was speaking and representing all Penn State students. I don't think there's any elected leader who's going to always represent the concerns and the opinions of every person that they are elected by or intended to represent. But at the heart of all of it was the health and concern of you. Was it the health and concern of residence assistants across our campus and others who had been perhaps not communicated very well what their role in stopping the spread of this virus was going to be. Thank you for the question.
Are there any other questions for President McKay? All right, seeing none, we'll now move on to my report. I'm going to keep it as brief as I can, but first I just want to say thank you for everyone that has come to Open Student Forum for our second meeting of the official academic year. I love to see the participation, I love to see the discussion, and I like to see your backgrounds and your perspectives, because that's essentially how we do our jobs here. On top of that, just wanted to say I hope everyone is staying safe, they're staying healthy. I hope you're taking care of yourself mentally, physically, every possible way you can, because please just look out for yourself first. That's what's really important here, to get done your studies, get done everything that you need to do here. Just some clarifications for today's meeting so that it's not confusing. I have everyone muted, so if you want to speak, you have to raise your hand, and I have to recognize you in order to do so. I think there's an influx of people, so I just wanted the order to maintain as efficient as possible in that way. When we are moving on to legislation, which will be old business, representatives are the only ones that can speak on that, with amendments, with comments, discussion, that those are limited to representatives, but you can feel free to stay and listen to the discussion. going forward with just some things that I'm doing this week in terms of vice presidency. I will be attending the Board of Trustees meeting in about 2 weeks. And on top of that, I believe next week I will be attending the Mental Health Crisis Task Force that is with the State College Borough. And they'll be convening next week as well. In terms of everything that's going on tonight, I just want to preface, I don't want to be the bad guy, but if I'm cutting people off or I'm just moving on to the next person, it is for the sake of efficiency, which is what my role is as chair of this assembly. So don't take it personally. I'm just trying to do my job. And with that, I will take any questions. All right. Seeing none, we will now move on to liaison/affiliate reports. If you're a liaison or affiliate, please raise your hand so that I can recognize you, or if you have a report. Justin from CCSG.
Hello, everyone. I'm Justin Sackey. I'm CCSG's executive liaison. CCSG's recently been working on town halls. We're introducing a monthly town hall in which we will address the comments and concerns of each of the 19 Commonwealth campuses across the Pennsylvania districts. We are also writing legislation to advocate for House Bill 2827, which relates to the students' rights to cancel their off-campus housing leases in the event that that the university would close and they would be without penalty. We are also writing legislation to advocate for House Bill 2761, which relates to students' housing rights and the need for the university to help and comply with them in the event of an online learning switch too. That's what CCSG has been doing on the recent moments.
Are there any questions for Justin? This is the liaison and affiliate report. Lauren, I see your hand raised. If you could state which organization you are representing.
Hi, I'm not affiliated with an organization, but I just have a question about like the remote learning.
Is it directed towards President McKay or I?
Yes.
You may ask it, I'll allow it.
Okay, so like you said that like there's a possibility of us being on remote learning instead. Does that mean you're going to send us all home, or does that mean that we're going to be stuck in the dorms?
I mean, I can address that. UPUA does not have the power to physically send home students. What we do is we advocate on behalf of students to the administration. So that power is solely to President Barron and the administration to make that decision. Right now, we actually, in the next couple of minutes, we'll be discussing legislation and voting on legislation, deciding on what the course of action and what we are advocating for. If you'd like to stay around for that, please do. But yeah, we don't have that power. We don't have that unprecedented power, but yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, are there any other reports from a liaison or affiliate? All right, seeing none, we'll now move into old business with Resolution 1815, addressing concerns about the COVID-19 return to campus plan. This was the one that was tabled last week. And with that, I believe I will hand it over to Representative Robertson to introduce this legislation. Also keep in mind, I will be limiting discussion on this since we did discuss it last week. A lot of sentiments were raised. I will not allow this to be an echo chamber, especially since we are at 8:48 p.m. for this meeting. So I will be giving everyone about a 3-minute mark of speaking, but if you go past that, I will be cutting you off and then moving on to the next person. So Representative Robertson, if you could raise your hand to introduce this piece of legislation, please do.
I actually yield time to Representative Meter to introduce this resolution. Sorry.
Hello everyone, happy Wednesday. I hope you're all doing your best to stay healthy at this time. I first wanted to thank the students who voiced their concerns in the Open Student Forum, and I hope these 2 updated pieces of legislation we will be presenting address all of the extremely important points that you all brought up. Just so we're all on the same page, this resolution has been amended from last week. This is not including a campus shutdown that will be presented later, just so we're all on the same page with that. So as we discussed last week, Penn State's current return to campus plan continues to pose many concerns and issues for students who remain on campus for classes and those who attend virtually. This includes financial concerns. Oh, hold on, my notes just went away. Sorry about that. So yeah, this includes financial concerns, such as the inability to receive unemployment and the cost of tuition currently not reflecting the decreased resources and opportunities we have available. Personal concerns such as juggling the mental and emotional impacts of COVID while still being expected to attend classes daily and maintain a normal semester's workload. Academic concerns such as maintaining grades and due dates in an entirely different educational environment, or international students accessing textbooks and other necessary materials abroad. Community concerns such as continued large gatherings both on and off campus. Accessibility concerns such as traveling throughout the campus without the option of public transportation or attending classes synchronously in a different time zone. Concerns about being coerced into signing a student compact that holds students more reliable for the outcomes of attending Penn State than the actual university itself. And finally, concerns of those disproportionately impacted by COVID and the university's lack of action to specifically address this issue and these students. This resolution officially denounces the essence of the student compact that transfers responsibility of mitigating the spread of COVID away from Penn State and onto individual students. It has been demonstrated before Penn State's return to campus that individual responsibility is not sufficient to halt the spread of the virus, yet Penn State still coerced students into acknowledging this risk of returning. Although the university clarified that this compact is not a waiver of rights, this resolution calls on the university to commit to not using this compact against students in any way in order to protect the university's financial or legal interests. We also advocate that the university significantly increase randomized testing from 1% to 10%. It keeps going away, I'm sorry. Yeah, we recommend that we increase testing from 1% to 10%, as this is the only way that we can accurately be tracking the spread of COVID. And we also urge them to publish these results daily onto the dashboard. We urge the university to develop public contingency plans so students and professors can easily transition their education in the event of a sudden outbreak or shutdown.
10 seconds, Lakin.
And we urge for student hazard pay. We have that listed in the legislation, how much we recommend. We recommend the expansion of mental health services. And finally, the university should release a threshold of positive cases and student deaths they're okay with reaching before we would consider a shutdown. And I stand.
All right. And with that, are there any questions for Representative Meter? Representative Tierney?
Tim Jr. at large, just really briefly, could you go over the differences between last week's piece of legislation and this week's?
Yeah, so one of the biggest things is that we took out the campus shutdown, made that its own legislation. Additionally, we recommended that they post testing results daily as opposed to what they're doing now. We also added in what we recommend for student hazard pay. We also added that the university work with the Department of Labor, to allow students to receive unemployment benefits since they have previously been unable to do so.
Chair Mishler? Chair Mishler, do you still, your hand went away, so I'm assuming your question is no longer, Chair Mishler?
Sorry, wouldn't let me unmute. Yeah, so my question is about student hazard pay, and student hazard pay wages, and the information like that, how you guys came up with those numbers. I'm really not knowledgeable in that space at all. Just more information.
Yeah, so I can actually yield time to Representative Round Sorensen to answer this question since she did co-sign onto this and that was part of her addition.
Representative Round Sorensen, if you could raise your hand just so I can unmute you. Thank you.
Hi, so to answer that question, we put in a limit to what, like a bare minimum for where we wanted it to be in case this passes and the university decides, let's only give 10 cents of hazard pay as an hourly wage raise. So we were actually anticipating a discussion about what representatives thought was fair. So if that's something we want to discuss, we can, but it's like when we're thinking about hourly wages, $9 to $11 when you're putting your life on the line to sort someone's mail or serve their food seems fair to me and felt fair to the co-sponsors. But if someone else has a suggestion, I'm sure we could talk about an amendment during a discussion.
All right, are there any other questions for the co-sponsors? All right, seeing no other questions, is there any discussion? Representative Richardson?
Hi, everybody. Am I good?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, I was a problem with that. Representative Richardson, Schreier Honors College. For the sake of this legislation, you know, I think that we should all absolutely support this. It seems like a lot of these things in the recommended plan of action seem pretty common sense, seem like things the university definitely should have thought of if they were actually asking students what in the heck they actually wanted going into the school year. Specifically, I'd like to pay particular attention to in the recommended course of action, part 1, the testing. The testing simply needs to be more. I know students can test voluntarily if they wish to, though this should be required of students. Yeah, I mean, I could go through each one of these points and explain the merits, but all things told, I absolutely encourage everyone to vote yes on this piece of legislation.
All right, Representative Schultz?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just have 2 comments on this. First, regarding accessibility. It talks about how the white and blue loop services were canceled and how some students need these for accessibility or commuting reasons. I don't know if that's entirely accurate or relevant because Red Link, Green Link, which are primarily used to service the commuter lots, as well as all the buses that go around town, all of those services are continuing for commuters and for students with disabilities or accessibility issues. The campus shuttle continues to operate, so I do believe the university is doing what it can there. The white and blue loops are primarily a convenience thing as far as I know. Regarding the hazard pay, I would recommend we either eliminate the list of positions just so it doesn't suggest we're trying to keep anyone out, or maybe try to expand it a little bit more, because I just think or maybe just clarify it to say like all student workers, because someone in the chat says it says not limited to. I don't see that. I just see such as. So I would just like some clarification there.
Did you want a clarification from one of the co-sponsors?
Yeah, either clarification or an amendment, anything would be.
Okay. I see Representative Round Sorensen. Do you want to take that one on?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, we can definitely amend the such as to not limited to if that would make representatives feel more comfortable. And if someone motioned for that, I mean, like we could even make that amendment and have it be friendly, right? Like we can, like I feel like that's simple grammar.
Yeah, if there's
accepted as friendly.
Okay, that's accepted as friendly. Just repeat the motion just so that our speaker can get it down on the minutes.
I think it was someone else who suggested it. Or should I motion for that?
Yeah, so I would just recommend changing such as to including but not limited to. Off the top of my head, two other positions we may want to list are we have student EMTs at University Health Services and auxiliary officers with the police department who are still responsible for security functions around campus and safe blocks and things like that. So either of those changes will
Okay.
help, I think.
So I see the motion. I saw a second. Just wanted to clarify there. With that, Representative Lascausa.
Ryan Lascausa, Line Pride Representative. Oh, sorry, whoops, Lauren. Line Pride Representative. I just wanted to say this is a very thorough and good resolution. To all of the students that aren't in the UPUA and were complaining about the housing stuff, about how we weren't advocating for other things, this is why we split this away from the other resolution, because we really people wanted to focus on all of these things independently of the housing stuff. And so it would be more compartmentalized. And saying all of that, I think this stuff is really important for us to pass so we can advocate to the university administration to get a safer and healthier campus for the fall semester.
All right, Representative Round Sorensen.
Was my hand up because I didn't mean to do that?
Yeah, no, you're good.
Sorry.
All right, is there any other discussion on this? Representative Schultz?
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to ask whether we were going to make any, I don't know what the appropriate change is, but I do think the bus issue is sort of a moot point, but I don't know if we wanted to change that at all.
Do you have a motion at all, an amendment to offer?
Yeah, let me look at the language.
And while you're looking at that, is it okay if I allow Representative Meter to speak to give you time?
Yeah, go ahead. Should I put it in chat or?
Yeah, just put it in the chat.
Thank you.
Representative Meter?
Hi, Lakin Meter, Belisario College of Communications. I don't think that we need to change the thing with the white and blue loop. I think it's clear that it would be an accessibility issue, maybe not to the fullest extent since we do have the other bus systems, but as for getting around campus, say students have a job at the IM and then have to get down to the Willard building within 15 minutes, like that's an accessibility issue.
Representative Schultz, would you like to go forward with the possible amendment? I think you're unmuted.
I mean, yeah, it's fine. It's just a statement of concern. So yeah, that's what I said, Kaylin. It's the shuttle is a good resource for people with mobile disabilities or otherwise.
All right.
Maybe we could have support for that. Oh, maybe
that was my bad.
Yeah, maybe just add something at the end, like emphasizing the importance of that, or of the accessibility shuttle and things like that.
I can give it a little. I can give it a little bit of time.
Yeah, I don't need much more time.
Okay. If Wall, if you want to keep, if you want to propose a motion, I also just want to clarify. Please keep the chat as empty as possible. If you're watching, I'm very happy that you're watching, but please just keep it clear so that representatives can communicate if there's a point of order and things as such. But thanks for being here regardless. Is there any other discussion as Representative Schultz is possibly going to motion something? Representative Round Sorensen, did you want to say something or, okay.
So I just want to like reiterate again what Lakin said in the chat, just so like everyone can hear it in case they missed it. This is just, we're not like condemning the university or saying like you did something bad, or even CATA, which is separate from the university, for doing something bad. It's just like a note to draw awareness to the situation and a reason why some of the things that we're suggesting in the recommended course of action are necessary. So it's not we're not condemning them at all. It's not negative. It's just us saying this is a fact, which it is.
Chair Mishler?
Hi, everyone. Okay, so couple things. Yeah, this is great because this is super student friendly things that we're advocating for. I have some just things that concerns that I think should go stated. For instance, I love what this stuff is calling for. And I will probably vote yes on these things because they are so student friendly. However, I don't think I personally know as a representative, or if any of us know the implications of what some of these things would do. And this might sound like naive or just clueless, quite frankly. The testing capacities, yes, we need to be testing more and we need to be updating our dashboard more frequently. Is the capacity right now as what it's set at, is that set at that because it's helping mitigate the spread and making sure that we're not spreading the virus while testing a mass amount of students? I don't know if you guys get what I'm trying to say there, but if we don't have the capacity, are we going to be spreading the virus through testing a ton of students, essentially not being able to mitigate the spread in those spaces? The hazard pay and things like this are things that I can all support for students. Where the university is coming up with these dollars or where this is happening, I don't think we know. I don't know if we're engaging in those like spaces and figuring these things out strategically. So I think that that's a criticism that I have for UPUA. Like, what are we actually doing to back all that we're asking for? I don't know, because I'm not in those conversations. Would love to be, but again, I just don't know what we're actually doing to put these things into practice. If anyone has any thoughts on that, but again, these are definitely things that we can advocate for. And then also the last bullet point about the threshold of positive cases and student deaths. I think we should have some conversations around there. I'm not really sure what to think of that. I'm not sure if the university has thought of that, or if there is like a positive, like a testing positive kind of percentage. I'm not sure if anyone has any other, has thoughts on that bullet, because I think I maybe need more discussion around that. And just some of the other things, but I could completely way out of touch here. Yeah.
Hi, I don't know if my volume cut out, but you just allowed me to raise my hand. So am I able to, or to unmute, am I able to speak?
Yeah, you're good right now.
Okay, cool. Just to touch on what was just previously said, I think one thing that's important to remember is that these are recommendations for the university of what we're advocating for. I know one point that we brought up when we were writing this resolution is, for example, mental health and how we fund CAPS. We'd love to have a number of how much money we want them to put into funding, how many new therapists we want them to increase it to, but ultimately that's not really within our means. And I don't think that any of us would have the data necessary to advocate for that. So similar to the points that you were making about testing, we recommend 10% because that's what was recommended by other professors, other health experts. So all of this is to be, the university can decide to not do any of this or to support any of this. And I don't think not having the exact numbers of what we want should be reason to not vote for it. Because as you said, this is very student friendly. It is to help students. We just don't have the numbers for everything to get exact amounts of what we're asking for.
All right, I'm still seeing Representative Brown Sorensen's hand. Is anyone willing to lend her time? All right, Representative Brown Sorensen.
Hi, sorry. I'll keep this really quick, but I wanted to respond to Adeline's several questions that she raised, and they're super valid. First, to address the funding for the testing, I'm assuming that like we can't like get super specific because it's not really within our purview to do so. So conversations like that would probably happen with the Board of Trustees and with the administration to find out where that funding is coming from. I mean, we pay tuition, so hopefully testing students would fall under the almost $50,000 a lot of us pay to go here. So that's where I'm coming from with that. As for the last bullet point, I know that that can like that's shocking and that it might feel like too harsh of a question, but personally, I put that in there, and I think that's a very important question to ask of the university administration. If there isn't a number of deaths and if it's 0, then that's the answer that we all want. But if that number is not 0 for number of deaths, then I want to know that as a student. I think that we all would want to know that. I also think that the threshold of positive cases is a common expectation, or is a common thing that a lot of businesses that reopen are considering. That's something that a lot of states have put out in their legislation. So I think that it's really crucial to this, like, I think it's a really important bullet point for this piece of legislation. Obviously, there's a lot of other important points, but one of them is asking how many students is the university willing to let get sick or die before we consider a closure. So yeah, I think that that's incredibly important to this legislation.
Can someone yield Representative Schultz time since he has also spoken twice? I don't see a yield. I can't allow him to. There you go. All right, Representative Schultz.
Thanks, everyone. So unrelated, something else I wanted to bring up was regarding the threshold of positive cases. In a faculty senate committee on planning meeting I attended probably a couple months ago, I don't remember, but it was recent. Provost Nick Jones, what he told us was that they would be doing it based on the rate of spread. They have some internal threshold that they set, so I agree that should be publicized, but maybe just expand the language, rate of spread, or so it's not just saying positive cases and deaths, because that may not be the most appropriate measure, but definitely we need to know what the university's criteria are. So.
Representative Bose.
Erin Bose at large. I just have a quick amendment. I can't see line numbers, so I'm going to do my best. In the bullet point about caps, I'll send it in the chat, and I'd just like to change it to expanding caps and comparable mental health institutions resources. I meant to include that, sorry. Such that, just because I think that we can also look into the possibility of partnering with outside mental health programs and institutions, seeing as kind of the funding and space available for a lot of the CAPS resources currently isn't in the best place. So I think we should also open it up to being able to look at different programs that could also help CAPS.
Is there a second? All right, and I will throw it out there. Is there discussion, or do the co-sponsors take that as friendly? I don't see anything. I'm gonna, yep, all right, cool. All right, it's been taken as friendly. Is there any other discussion on this legislation? Any other motions? Representative Reynolds?
Yes, so I'd like to say that I absolutely support the call to increase testing from 1%. I don't know that 10% is necessarily realistic. especially if we are trying to push for something and actually achieve it. I believe that at least 2%, maybe 3 or 4% would be greatly beneficial, because it's also not the case that they're just randomly throwing out these tests to whatever students. They do have a number of measures in place right now with the contact tracing and also sewage testing, among other things, to help determine which residence halls currently have positive cases. And I literally saw a video in one of my classes today talking about how by testing sewage, universities can help catch an outbreak almost 7 days before it happens. And so I feel that calling for 10% is perhaps not the most realistic aim for this legislation, and it might not be quite as necessary as focusing on some of the other initiatives. So I would propose amending that to maybe 4% or 5%.
Just to address the chat, since I know Representative Schultz is going through an amendment, I'm going to address what's going on right now with Representative Reynolds. Once that is discussed and figured out, we will then return to Representative Schultz's amendment. Right now, I'm going to ask also, is that an official motion to, or motion to amend, or is that just a suggestion throwing out there right now?
Thank you. I should have clarified. Yes, I would propose to amend, making it 4% per day.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to amend to 4%. I see hands in the queue. Representative Robertson.
No, Robertson, at-large representative. I would disagree with the amendment to change the recommendation that the UPUA would make to the university regarding its daily surveillance testing. The 10% comes from epidemiological projections completed by faculty. In the bullet point, it says this, in the College of Engineering and the Emberley College of Science, who are members of the CJU at Penn State. They released a very comprehensive, holistic report that really dug into the statistics regarding what that means for how many beds there are inside of quarantine, what contact tracing looks like based off of different numbers for testing. And again, we're not telling the university you will do 10%, or like the university won't do this. Like, we don't have the power to do this, but it's an advocacy piece. So I think 10%, if that's what the professors and the researchers who have studied this recommend, and that's what they believe would make the university safer on campus and throughout our community, I think that's what we should advocate for. I don't think we should advocate for lower than 10%.
All right, and just to clarify, we are right now in discussion in the motion to amend from 10% to 4%. Can someone yield time to Representative Meter? She has spoken twice. Representative Meter.
Hi, Lakin Meter, Belisarius College of Communications. I don't want to echo what Noah said, even though that is essentially what I was going to say, but I do also think it's worth noting that you're recommending that we advocate for less safety. I don't think that's something that we should be doing. If anything, we should be urging to get as many tests as possible. And given that the 10% was recommended by Penn State staff and those who study this, I don't think that we should recommend for less safety when we have the means to advocate for 10%.
All right, Representative Reynolds.
Thank you. And I appreciate the responses from the bill sponsors. I'd like to say that my intention is definitely not to advocate for less safety. My intention is purely to make sure that we're not just advocating for safety, but we're actually achieving more safety. And by making somewhat more of a compromise, I mean, 4% would literally be quadruple what they have now. And I think that will be substantially better than them just looking at 10% and shrugging and ignoring it. So that's my position. If the authors of this legislation would rather pass the 10% in the resolution, then I will not attempt to pass this amendment to their document. That's just my argument for why I believe that 4% would be actually more effective than the 10%. But thank you.
I'm going to ask a clarification. Representative Reynolds, do you withdraw your motion to amend then?
Yes, Vice President Pathakal, thank you.
Okay, with that, we are now back in discussion on the entire resolution as a whole. Is there any other discussion? I see you're trying to raise your hand. Can someone yield Representative Reynolds time? Okay, never mind. All right, with that, I see a motion to close debate. Is there anyone that disagrees? I do have to recognize that motion. There's a second. Chair Mishler, do you want to discuss the motion?
Yes, because I still have a question outstanding.
I will allow one more question, and then I will also then close debate at that point. So Chair Mishler.
What has been finalized with the final bullet point? I think people threw out changes. I don't know if those changes happened or not happened.
That's on me. What we're actually going to do right now is go back to the 2 amendments that Representative Schultz actually offered. Let me see. Representative Schultz, do you have both on hand? I think I see the one. I see one for, I just meant change last bullet point to the university should disclose the threshold criteria for positive cases, rate of spread, or student deaths. That is for the last bullet point. Well, that's the amendment that's on the floor. Co-sponsors, do you take that as friendly, or would you like to discuss? All right, I'm seeing that as being taken as friendly. And then the other one was amend an item to recommended course of action. The university must continue to fund the campus shuttle and red/green link bus routes for commuters and people with disabilities. Given the suspension of the blue/white loop bus routes, the university should ensure the community is aware of the availability and appropriate use of other transportation services. With that, co-sponsors, do you take that as friendly, or would you like discussion on that? And if you'd like discussion, please raise your hand. I'm seeing sure friendly. Okay. All right, we're taking that as friendly as well. So with Representative Schultz's motions out of play, Chair Mishler, if you'd like to clarify a motion that you may have brought up or a concern.
Okay, so that just went to the university should disclose the threshold criteria for positive cases, rate of spread, or student deaths. That went through.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
I'm asking.
Yes, it did go through. That was all accepted as friendly.
Okay, can I make a motion?
Sure.
No. I just want to remove student deaths.
All right. Is there discussion on that amendment? Is there anyone willing to yield time to Representative Round Sorensen? All right.
I definitely hear your concern. I don't think that there's any reason to like soften it up or like stuffed animal this thing or whatever. Like, it's a pandemic and people do die. Not to be morbid, I'm just like, we're being super real about it. And if we have or student deaths, it's not tell me how many students you're willing to sacrifice. Like, that's not the language that's here. It's just or student death now, which I think that's a pretty fair compromise because the university can choose not to do that. So I don't see what the point would be necessarily in changing the language other than to sugarcoat something that doesn't need to be sugarcoated.
All right, with that, I saw that Chair Mishler revoked her motion. So we are back now in regular discussion on the entire resolution. Motion to close debate. There's a second. All right, if there's anyone that disagrees with that motion, please raise your hand. If not, I'll take general consensus and we will now move into voting. All right, we will now move into voting. I will clarify procedure with Speaker Zong. It's what we did last week with the Microsoft Forms. It will be sent to Microsoft Teams in the General Assembly channel. That is where, oh, there's a motion to vote by roll call. Is there a second? There are seconds. Is there any discussion on that motion? And actually, I do want clarification. Chief Justice Shookman, is there a 2/3 or a majority with motion to vote by roll call?
Hey, let me double check on that.
Okay. And Speaker Zong, just be prepared for a roll call vote in case.
Yep, already ready with all of them.
Okay.
So I'm not a parliamentarian, but I'm pretty sure that it is majority vote.
Okay, so motion, I'm going to take the Chief Justice's word on that. It is a majority vote. Let's see. Is there any discussion on that in general? Just before I move forward, and I do have to make a poll for that as well. Give me a second as I do that. Apologies, folks. Zoom decided to sign me out. Give me 1 second as I try to figure this out.
Vice President Pathical, according to the bylaws, it's actually by a 1/5 minority or at your discretion.
All right. I'm going to allow a roll. I'm going to allow a roll call vote. I believe there's a large consensus in doing so with the seconds with that. All right, let me just clarify what just happened in the chat. Representative Robertson withdrew his motion to vote by roll call. He then motioned to do it by unanimous consent. I believe we cannot do that in modern rules. I mean, I can ask for general consensus, or I have to do it by poll, but that's, and Representative Ron Sorensen then motioned to do it by roll call. Yeah, that's not an order in modern. So Representative Ron Sorensen's motion then stands for roll call. I will allow it as the chair if it is up to my discretion. Speaker Zong, just be prepared. I'm going to all allow you to unmute yourselves. That is a privilege. So when your name is called, please unmute yourself to say yes or no. When you are finished, please mute yourself so there is no background noise. Speaker Zong, when you're ready.
Here we go. First time in a while. Arthi Kalor?
Unfortunately, due to a conflict of interest, I have to abstain.
Understandable. Adeline Mishler?
Pass.
Pass?
Pass.
Okay, come back to you later. Alex Wu?
Pass.
Amanda Bird?
Yes.
Amy Gary?
Yes.
Emery Round Sorensen?
Yes.
Blake Tolliver?
Yes.
Brian Schultz?
Yes.
Cameron McColgan?
Yes.
Kara Flegel?
Yes.
Dan Risser?
Yes.
Aaron Bowes?
Yes.
Jacob Clipstein?
Yes.
Jarrell Gibbs? Jeremy McGovern,
Yes.
John Mark Miller,
Yes.
Joshua Reynolds,
Yes.
Kaylee Quinnen, Cara DeLucio,
Yes.
Kelly Snyder,
Yes.
Lakin Meter,
Yes.
Lewis Richardson,
Yes.
Emmanuel Almonte, Manny Almonte, okay. Marie Meisner,
Yes.
Maddie McIntyre,
Yes.
Megan Dalo,
Yes.
Najee Rodriguez,
Yes.
Noah Robertson,
Yes.
Patty Brungy,
Yes.
Rainier Foley De Fiore,
Yes.
Refugio Lara,
Due to conflict of interest, I will also abstain.
okay. Ryan Lascausa,
Yes.
Samantha Brown,
Yes.
Sarah Jordan,
Yes.
Sophie Polillo,
Yes.
Sydney Gibbert,
Yes.
Tim Tierney,
No.
Tom Doherty,
Yes.
Sharushi,
Yes.
Eugene Zhang, Yuna Choi,
Yes.
okay. I'm gonna go back to the past and then we'll address Joshua's vote in the comments because I'm not sure about that one. Adeline Mishler,
No.
okay. Alexander Wu,
Yes.
okay. Yeah, if anyone wants to, okay. Yeah, that. Chief Justice Schuckman, would Joshua or Representative Reynolds be able to change his vote or would anyone be able to change their vote if they just realize they have the conflict of interest? Or is it recorded?
I think in this case, it would be more so up to the chair.
Since you recognized, I think it's more honorable that you recognized your conflict of interest there, so I will allow it. Just give me a second to tally up the count.
If other people have the same conflict of interest, did you want me to switch their votes as well? You don't have to abstain. Yeah, it's just it's an honor system. Okay. Joshua, are you the only one to change? And Brian? Okay. To abstain. Representative Reynolds, did you want to abstain?
Yes, thank you. I have to for a conflict of interest.
Yep, all good. Give us a second.
Just give us a second as we confirm that we have the same count. We're just double checking votes. We currently just want to make sure that we have the right count. All right, so resolution 1815, addressing concerns about the COVID-19 return to campus plan, passes with a vote of 32-2 to 4. And with that, and seeing no other old business, we will now move into a 5-minute caucus breakout. For clarification, for those who may still be watching, we will take a break for 5 minutes, and then after those 5 minutes, we will be back to move on to new business with the other 2 pieces of legislation.
Anybody watch the Flyers game? That was pretty sick.
No, who won?
Flyers won OT, but in like the third, so it was like the beginning. It was they were up 1, and then the Flyers scored 3 goals in the second. And at the third, the Islanders caught up and tied
Mom,
it.
you're muted.
What's up?
You're unmuted.
Yeah, we were talking about the Flyers game.
Oh, I thought you were just like having a whole other conversation.
No, I was explaining the outcome. Then the Flyers went on OT with Islanders and scored 7 minutes left.
My bad. Carry on then.
Keep the series alive.
We will now move into new business, starting with line item A, Resolution 2015, calling for Penn State to transition to remote learning format and on-campus housing closures. If one of the co-sponsors would like to introduce this, that could raise their hand. I'm going to be doing the same thing that I did with the last piece of legislation, since we did slightly discuss this. 3 minutes per person. I will be strictly enforcing that, so please just get your point across as soon as you can and do not create an echo chamber. Representative Robertson.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for adding this to the agenda to consider. Thank you all to the students who came to speak. With the return of students back to on-campus housing and some in-person delivery of courses, there's a significant risk of students contracting COVID-19. The university has taken many steps to alter its typical operations and to aid students impacted by COVID. And the UPUA has advocated for some additional operations tonight. But there is still a lot to be done to ensure the health of not only Penn State students, but also faculty, administrators, and local State College community members. There have been instances in which universities across the country have reopened their campuses only to be met with an ever-growing case count. There's little reason to believe that Penn State will avoid similar fates, especially considering the recent news of students gathering both on and off campus, as well as the numerous universities that began even temporarily suspending their in-person operations. This resolution describes the nuanced impacts that COVID-19 has on student life, and it's imperative that Penn State recognizes these issues. It is unreasonable to believe that individual responsibility alone can halt the spread of COVID, and this resolution officially recognizes that the only adequate means by which Penn State can ensure the safety of its students, employees, and community is to close on-campus housing. The UPUA also recognizes that students will be placed in unprecedented, difficult situations as a result of a second campus closure, so an exception should be made to allow students facing housing insecurity, financial, mental health, physical health related extenuating circumstances to remain in person. We also recognize that the delivery mode of certain courses necessitates in-person engagement, so an exception should also be made for these courses. In addition to calling for a campus closure, this resolution urges the university to stagger the move-out process and temporarily suspend classes for the duration of the move-out period to allow ample time for travel arrangements and the operationalization of policies that are designed to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. This resolution also calls for a prorated return of funds for fees and tuition of students this semester. After closing campus, this resolution calls for the university to prorate housing, dining, technology, and activities-related fees. Resolution number 2015 urges the university to consider the discrepancy between the various formats of course delivery and to return a prorated tuition to students. We feel students, regardless of in-state, out-of-state, or international status, should be charged with World Campus tuition for a fully online course load, and this resolution calls for that return of tuition differential. This resolution also recognizes that it might not be feasible to return tuition dollars to students, so it also calls for the university to create a tuition task force. We advocate that this task force be constituted by students, faculty, and administrators, and it will interrogate the allocation of fall 2020 semester tuition dollars and ensure these dollars are not being spent in ways that are unavailable to students. Before we discuss the resolution, I hope all of the voting representatives consider the grave consequences that having so many socially starved students in a geographically isolated region of Pennsylvania will have on not only the students' health, but on the health of the community members and the burden weighed on the local healthcare systems. It's also generally well recognized that the majority of students may not agree with this advocacy, and that's what we've seen tonight. But in the end, we're here to represent the best interests of students. If there's a marginal risk of students getting sick and potentially dying, it's imperative that we pass this resolution to advocate for the well-being of our most vulnerable students who may be forced into precarious situations by Penn State's return to campus plan. Speaking to some of the points earlier, I commend the notion of
I do have to interrupt
engaging.
Representative Robertson. You did go at that 3-minute mark. With that, are there any questions for Representative Robertson? Representative Round Sorensen?
Can you just like quickly finish the sentence you were on? Like really quickly.
All out. Representative Robertson.
Thank you. It was just one other sentence. Penn State knew the risks associated with students coming back. They considered the grave consequences and then they went with it. And then I was going to say, I now stand for questions. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions for Representative Robertson? Again, I'm going to ask, please refrain from using the chat, just because there's a lot of communication that goes on in there. Seeing no other questions, is there any discussion? Representative Round Sorensen.
I just all I really want to say about this is that if you do not agree with sending students home or recommending that the university closes, just vote no. An amendment to this would really just change the legislation, and we'd probably end up tabling it again after a really unnecessary discussion. So if you don't support it, just vote no. If you do support it, like Noah said, like Representative Robertson said, vote in the best interest of students and their safety. So that's all I have to say.
All right, Representative Klipstein.
Hi, everyone. Jacob Klipstein at large. I'm going to try to keep it brief. I hope this is the only thing that I have to say tonight. In Judaism, there's a saying, "Pekor nefesh," right? And that belief that we have means to do anything to save one single life is the most important mitzvah you can do. You can even break the Torah, our most holy book, if what you are doing saves a life, right? So what I'm doing here tonight is I'm voting to save lives. I'm asking the university to close, not because I want to put students in worse situations, not because I want to cost people money. I am voting to close to save a life. Tonight, around the country, we have 185,000 people who are dead. And as a country, we've decided that that's okay. Well, I don't. I cannot decide that that's okay. I need to vote to save my fellow students' lives, to save their well-being, to save the mental well-being that students may go through being in the hospital and being on a ventilator. That's why I'm voting to close. I have heard everything everyone has had to say, and this is the toughest vote I've had to make in my 3 years as a UPUA representative. But at the end of the day, saving one student life is the most important thing to me. Right now, we have outbreaks at Alabama University, Auburn, Temple. North Carolina already closed. South Carolina announced they had an outbreak today. Notre Dame is closing. Michigan State decided to shut down before they got there. I don't understand, after weeks of what Penn State has told us, why we're going to be different. And at the end of the day, I don't think we're going to be. The dashboard updated today with 73 cases and 6,000 tests. I think if that number continues to grow, we're going to have a problem on our hands. And I don't see how it's not going to continue to grow. And that's why I make this vote. I make this vote not because it's easy. This is the hardest decision I have to make as a rep, but because it's hard, but because it saves lives, because I think it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
I will also reiterate a point that's made. If you inherently disagree with this piece, then just vote no. If you agree, but there's like small little grammar amendment changes, please do so. But let's not have what happened last time. If you inherently disagree with this, just vote no. Representative Reynolds.
Thank you. I respect the desire to close amendment based on if we are already decided, but I do feel that there are some new points that should at least be mentioned for those who are still undecided out there, and some of those points are based on this data. So if I may share my screen again, I can show you more complete results of the survey to a variety of questions.
I am not going to allow it simply because we are in the middle of the floor and I usually don't give those privileges. I allowed it in open student forum because there were students present. If you could present them in a way that is in wording, I just don't want to give unfair privileges to different representatives.
Thank you. So then I can say in wording that now more than 1,000 students have responded, and approximately 2/3, so 64.6%, which is 628 students out of the 1,000 who have replied, say that they strongly oppose.
Representative Reynolds, I'll allow you to share your screen since there's overwhelming support for it.
Thank you very much.
Second. You still have that 3-minute mark though.
Thank you.
Could you,
not now. Thank you. So regarding how students feel safe. At this point in time, based on the survey results, there are by a considerable margin more students who reported feeling safe on campus than at home. We need to take into consideration the fact that many people come from cities where they are more at risk there than here, and also facts that student safety and mental health is not exclusive to COVID. It also includes things like suicide, which, as was mentioned earlier, is the second leading cause of death for people our age. COVID has currently killed 280 over the course of the entire year from ages 15 to 24. Suicide killed more than 6 times that amount this year, and it is set to completely eclipse last year's margin. This is per CDC. Only 280 have died from COVID between the ages of 15 all the way through 24. But if we send students home, there is a very real risk of seeing suicide. I have a friend who is at the Air Force Academy, and when they shut down, 2 of their seniors killed themselves within 2 weeks. And I know for myself personally, in high school, I wrestled with suicidal tendencies. Coming to Penn State completely changed my mental health. It did wonders for me, and I can tell you, every single day that I've gone outside to meditate in the evening by myself on a bench, not one single evening has passed that a student didn't come up and just ask, like, hey, how are you doing? Are you okay? Because students at Penn State care about each other, and this is a support network. And if you send people home into isolation for 4 more months, the devastation it will have on their mental health is just incomprehensible. This is how students feel regarding a closure of campus. As you see, they are overwhelmingly opposed to it. This is how they feel it would affect their education, overwhelmingly negative. How they would feel it would impact their mental health, overwhelmingly negative. And in a separate poll, I even asked students who are not on campus whether or not they support a closure, or whether or not they believe that a closure of campus would impact the quality of their education in a positive way. And as you will see, there are more students living at home taking all online classes that reported that they would have their education harmed in comparison with those who feel it would be benefited. These are people who are already at home fully online. And the strong majority here say unaffected, whereas you can see most students on campus would completely disagree. It would hurt them very much so. We do not have a right to call ourselves student representatives if we do not represent the students. Now, there are students, as you see here, who believe we should close. And for that reason, I do believe there should also be representatives who advocate for closure. But I do not believe that the UPUA as a whole should vote for closure. I believe we should scrap this entire resolution because we did so without even attempting to reach out to the student body. And as we saw tonight, I was
30 seconds.
Thank you. I was blown away by the number of people who showed up to our meeting. I have never seen even 10% of that many people show up to a UPUA meeting before to speak. They came here to speak because this is something they care about. And everything I've heard from my surveys has said that people do not want us to speak on their behalf if we are not actually representing what they feel. A student said that at home, please don't send me home. I get verbally and physically abused at home. There are too many circumstances that we cannot account for. Thank you.
You can finish your sentence if you'd like.
That is good. Thank you. Essentially, there are just so many unique individual circumstances. This is far more than just money. This is far more than social life. This is students' mental health, their education, their future. They should have a choice. Thank you.
Chair Doherty, your point of inquiry? If you could raise your hand so I can just see you. Give me a sec.
I always keep that thing raised. All right. I had just a point of inquiry for Representative Reynolds. Before we continue to talk more about this survey data, there are some very specifics we have to go over, such as how are this acquired? First of all, how'd you come to the determination of the questions? Who specifically, in which demographics, whether that be on, off campus, first year, second year, third year, fourth year, fifth year, sixth year, you name it, demographics there. And then lastly, how is this sent out? Because 1,000's a great number, that's awesome. But if it was just put on a flyer in a building in the hub, then only students that are on campus going to classes on campus are able to see them. So if this was sent out by an email, it's still going to be most likely, or like on social media, it's still most likely going to be in your own group. So, or the base that you follow. So I just need to make sure that before we are claiming that this is how students feel, that we need to make sure that this data is accurately shown out and also is able, look, we're not statistics majors, or at least a lot of us aren't. And in my opinion, I want to make sure that no matter what we're doing, we're making sure we're representing students correctly here.
I will allow Representative Reynolds to speak. I do want to make a point that a fellow representative made. There is triggering language in this discussion. If it is triggering, if you do not feel comfortable, you are more than welcome to leave. There are updates on our Twitter at UPUA. If you'd like to just read along to see where we are, and if you want to rejoin, please do. But I do want to make that aware to everyone. If you are not comfortable, you are more than welcome to leave and then stay up to date with our Twitter and jump back on when we are on a different discussion point. But I just wanted to put that out there. Representative Reynolds, if you could respond, since that was a direct point of inquiry towards the survey.
Yes, thank you. So firstly, regarding where students reside, you can see the data here. All of this is self-reported. Now, because a closure of campus would overwhelmingly affect students who live on campus, I believe that it is fair that a strong majority of those polled are those on campus. But as you see, we also have a considerable proportion of students who live off campus that likewise had the opportunity to respond. Regarding class breakdown, it is becoming more balanced as more results come in. You see a preponderance of freshmen. However, you also have to consider the fact that freshmen live on campus, whereas juniors and especially seniors are much more difficult to reach, and they are also probably more likely to be home. So regarding this, I completely appreciate the fact that the data is not going to be perfect. It's not a scientific poll, and unfortunately, the university has yet to do a scientific randomized survey, which I am calling for them to do, and I would love to see them do and support them in that. For this moment in time, my effort has been to gather the most data possible, and so the methods I have employed in using this, firstly, the very first chat that I sent this survey to was the UPUA, because I know that the UPUA has a wide range of opinions on this subject and a very diverse group of friends and networks. So I thought that it was only appropriate that the UPUA have the first opportunity to share. And I specifically asked every representative to make sure that your networks, your friends, whether they're on campus, off campus, at home, regardless of their views, make sure that they get this survey. And there are a lot more of you than there are of me. And my very first Instagram post was literally about 2 hours ago. So my social media outreach is rather limited, I will say. Regarding other approaches, I reached out to RAs in as many of the different residence commons as possible and asked them to send out this survey to their residents. I asked the RAs to share it to the other RAs and then to share it to their residents, which has helped give us a significant number of responses. I have been trying to put up the flyers in as many bulletin boards as possible on campus, which is unfortunately somewhat restricted. I have also been in contact with some housing departments which have expressed an interest in sending this out to all of their residents via RAs or via email. And of course, I would most above all else love to see the UPUA, particularly President McKay, take advantage of the fact that we do have a full university-wide email list and send this to every single student at Penn State, so that regardless of where they reside, regardless of what class they're in, every single student has the chance to respond to this survey. And I believe that as we get more responses, the data will only become more and more accurate. I can say, having watched this religiously since about 20 responses, the breakdown has remained fairly constant as far as support, oppose goes, and regarding a lot of the other issues. I do believe that we need more data. I don't claim this to be a perfect data set, but I do claim that I have made every effort possible to reach every student group on campus to the best of my ability. And I did review the question wording with speakers on for nearly 3 hours on Saturday. I did run this past President McKay in his office for more than an hour on Saturday. They both said that the questions were good. They gave me their feedback, and I made some modifications to the questions in accordance with their suggestions. And again, I have mainly relied upon you and those who disagree with me to promote this to your constituents who may disagree with opposition to closure. So I cannot single-handedly reach everybody on this campus. I count on the UPUA to represent their constituents. So thank you. Is there any other questions you have regarding how outreach was done?
I'm not going to allow like a discussion and back and forth. So if there is a specific point of inquiry and not discussion following, I will allow it. I just don't want it to become a debate between two representatives. If not, I'm going to keep going. Representative Schultz.
Yeah, so I just had some brief comments. I definitely agree there is a lot of concern about coronavirus. It's definitely a significant risk, but I just think we need to let this play out. The university is monitoring it very carefully. They're taking at least as far as I can see, almost every precaution they can. So there are some things they need to do. We've addressed some of those already. But overall, I think the biggest point here is nobody was forced to be on campus. If someone was forced to be on campus, then that's not okay. We need to do something to support them. But I don't think that this resolution is fixing that. This resolution is just trying to, in my opinion, is calling for us to make a choice on behalf of all students. And it's very clear to me that the majority of students are not necessarily in favor of going back. And so it's maybe not appropriate for us as an advocacy organization to release a statement absolutely saying we need to go virtual. If we wanted to release some resolution like saying something more moderate, like expressing some variety of viewpoints, I would support that. But I think this resolution is very absolute on a very divisive issue, and I don't think it's appropriate for us as an advocacy organization to say absolutely that it's the best for all students, for the majority of students, to go back, when that is just not what the data we've seen from Joshua is saying, not what necessarily what we're seeing from science. There's a lot of discussion in the scientific community about mental health, economic trade-offs, et cetera. So I'll be opposing this resolution for that reason. And I appreciate that the sponsors did change this resolution from last time, and they added some exceptions for people who need to stay on campus. I would just be concerned about whether that's really adequate with letting the university make that decision for people. And really that seems like, to me, a personal decision. And especially, I know a lot of students, a lot of people our age are not comfortable like advocating for themselves and standing up to like the bureaucrats who would be making this decision. So I definitely appreciate the changes tonight, but I'm just unfortunately still opposed to such a strong resolution. And thank you, everyone.
Representative Miller.
Representative Miller, College of Ag Science. So in regards to our current discussion, I'd like to again share some statistics updated as of last week from the CDC. So as of last week, the CDC updated their COVID death numbers to have 6% of their deaths only from COVID. 94% of the deaths had 2.6 on average comorbidities. So that means that those 94% of deaths had at least 2, if not 3, underlying conditions that contributed to those deaths. And while I understand that deaths is a very scary number to look at, we have to consider how many college students are in near perfect or very close to perfect health. If you do have a condition, I would say completely, you should take the option to be online and, avoid what might hurt you. But in this case, there is not enough data here that says that the average healthy college student is going to get sick and die. We cannot also continue to say that it might only save one life, because for comparison, 16 to 19 young adults are killed every day from car accidents, which totaled at least 480 in a month, compared to what COVID killed in the first 5 months of lockdown at 125. So are we to say that we should just stop driving then because we could save one life? In this case, I do not see the data supporting a shutdown. So in conclusion, no, I will not vote in the affirmative for this bill or any other bill so long as it contains the possibility of a shutdown. It will cause too much damage to us as students, to this community, and to a number of other sectors. And so for that, I would urge everyone to vote no, because this causes far too much damage.
I first want to say, I already said it once, please do not use the chat for side conversations or comments that you can make on the floor. Again, this is a discussion. Keep it as civil as possible. Please do not at other representatives. Again, this is a discussion on the floor. I will keep going, but I'm just giving that warning. Please do not do that in the chat. Representative Richardson.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lewis Richardson. I'm the Schreier representative. you know, like I'm not going to reiterate all the points that were made in Open Student Forum. I really just want to kind of talk about one point here, and it's sort of in response to what Representative Robertson said in his introduction of this bill. You know, he said that, you know, as a representative, sometimes it is our duty to sort of overstep what our constituency has to say and maybe make the decision that's prudent, even if it is difficult. I'm going to have to disagree with that right now and say that as a representative, I truly do value that word. Being a representative is not a title, it's a command, right? We have to represent our constituency. You know, like up to this point, having seen all of the survey data, you know, I think that first and foremost, I'd really like to thank every single person from my constituency, from Schreier, that came out today, spoke in Open Student Forum, spoke on behalf and shared their opinion. You know, that's exactly what we're here for, right? Given that, you know, I mused a bit myself in Open Student Forum and about how I hadn't decided yet, and I still do really think that this bill has incredible merits. You know, I think that it's advocating for something that at the end of the day would probably be good for the student population and the State College area. Despite that, you know, I sent out a few surveys. I was sort of encouraged by this in the Schreier group chats, and also had spoken to the Schreier Student Council yesterday. Overwhelmingly in the Schreier Student Council group chat and throughout the meeting yesterday, as of right now, 24 people in that group chat of 144 members, and a comment posted just an hour ago, have agreed with the fact that campus should not close, whereas 0 have contributed an opinion in the contrary. I posted a poll, just a yes, no, do you think the university should close, in the Schreier class of 2022 group chat, and that was posted at 8:45 p.m. As of 1 minute ago, 41 had voted no in support of not closing, whereas only 11 had voted yes, and that's in a group chat of 218 people. So that's pretty robust responses. You know, I think that given that, you know, I have to urge that, at least for my case, I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Representative McGovern, I know you said you couldn't raise your hand, but I have you on the queue. Let me just find you for a second. There you go. You should be unmuted.
Hi, thank you. First and foremost, I would like to voice my unprecedented support for Representative Reynolds and what he's had to say on this legislation. But anyway, that survey aside, though, the numbers of increasing suicide versus the diminishing numbers of COVID deaths for our age group speak for themselves. However, this decision should strictly be made through concrete data. And I think the best possible thing we can do as representatives is just to spread the survey created by Representative Reynolds and keep playing this thing by ear. That's all I have to say now. Thank you.
Representative Bose.
Hi, everyone. First off, I would like to relay a message from a fellow student, Nicholas DeLuca. He would like to relay that he doesn't believe that it makes sense to send people home, especially when people could very well be asymptomatic. They will spread it to their families, and it's best to contain it to where it originates and not send people out to spread it to others. That is the message that, again, student Nicholas DeLuca would like to relay. Personally, I also just want to draw attention to reminding everybody what the intent of legislation is and what the intent of kind of what we're doing tonight is. It's in our charges, and it's in the charges under the Constitution that we should act under not only the will of the students, but the will of the assembly. And so I think I would like to call for a greater push of transparency of when the administration of the organization is relaying information, that we're made aware of it, so that we can also, before it happens also, so that we can make sure that we're checking with our constituents so that we can avoid some of the miscommunications that have happened. Also, sorry, I just got another student relaying a message. The student James Zielinski would like to relay, if you're able to put a point out for me, being in an ag major, most of our classes require outdoor labs. Going home would be detrimental to my learning, and I'm sure many others in the major. There are just things that can't be done online and would cause issues for jobs and such in the future for me, as well as people in our major. Yeah, so that's his message. But again, I would like to, I'm also voting no on this legislation. But again, I'd like to push for a greater push of transparency of communication so that legislation is really how we're supposed to be communicating and how we're making sure that we have a common message.
I have to recognize the motion that was made to close debate. There was a second. I made a poll just to see where people are at. It's simple. I'm going to launch the poll in about a second. Please, I'm not going to keep it open for long. I just want to gauge the room. All right, that's enough for me to know that not enough people have made up their mind, so we will continue discussion. With that, I will keep moving down the queue. Representative McColgan.
Hi, everybody. I know this is a really difficult decision to make today. You know, we charged with representing the student body and looking out for the best interests. Whether you adhere to a delegate, trustee, or political representation model, that's up to you. I think it's important that we talk about some of the data. From the COVID testing that the university has done from August 21st to August 27th, asymptomatic testing, they've done 4,020 tests, 18 coming back positive. That's a 0.45% positive rate. From August 28th to September 2nd, today, they've conducted 1,063 tests. That's a positive rate of 0.66%, there was 7 positive cases out of those 1,063 tests with a 0.66% positivity rate. That's a 0.21% increase in positivity amongst asymptomatic testing. I think it's more important that we look at that data than opinions on data when it comes to the lives of our students. And then I just wanted to propose an amendment to the final paragraph, the first line, to strike B.
It's taken as friendly, so it's a part of the legislation.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, and as a clarification to everyone, I'm going to be going down the queue of people who haven't spoken before. So just if anyone's confused, that's what I'm going to be doing. Representative Flegel.
Hello everyone, my name is Kara Flegel and I'm the representative for the Eberly College of Science. I would like to foremost start by saying that I will be saying no to this bill for the foremost reason that all of the constituents of mine that I have talked to would like me to say no. And that is enough reason for me to say no. But I would also like to note that the statistics of COVID-19 affect elderly people a lot more than they affect people our age. When my cousins and I got sent home from college in March, they were in direct contact with my aunts and parents, who are the primary caretakers of my grandparents. And because of that, both of my grandparents passed away this year due to COVID-19. I would also like to say that when my parents dropped me off for college 2 weeks ago, my father is someone in an extremely high-risk category. If he gets COVID-19, the chance of him passing away from this is more than 50%. When my parents dropped me off, they told me that I would not be allowed to come home no matter what. So if I lose my on-campus housing, I do not know where I will live. I would like you guys to keep that in mind, that many of us are in that same boat when you guys are deciding this. Finally, I don't know how I would manage classes when I'm trying to find a new place to live and when I currently don't have a place to live. I don't know how much time we'll have to find new housing if on-campus housing closes, but I would just like to remind you guys that if we are trying to save lives here, maybe sending people home will result in the loss of more life than if we keep people here. That's all I'd like to say. I'd like to keep it short. Thank you very much.
Apologies, I think my headphones just died, so I'm going to keep going. Representative Rainier Foley Di Fiore.
Thank you, Lexi. Representative Rainier Foley Di Fiore, Camille College of Business. I just have a couple quick notes I want to share just from some stuff I've been thinking about, listening to everyone kind of talk tonight, especially from Open Student Forum, which I think just kind of putting together some of my thoughts and some of my feelings on this issue. There are a couple things I think we all kind of agree on. We all want students to be safe, and I really don't think that anybody wants to go home right now. I think we all want to be here at Penn State, where we're you know, for the past couple of years, for some of us, we've been having one of the best times of our lives at college, having some truly great experiences, going to classes, meeting friends, having great opportunities. And frankly, coming back to campus is, like a lot of representatives and students who've come to Open Forum have mentioned, is a great space for them. And I don't want to take that away from students. But one of the things I want to notice is that it's entirely on the university whether or not they are taking adequate measures to keep us safe. And I almost feel like by pushing the university to send us home, we're cutting them a little bit of slack by choosing the easiest way out. On the other hand, I would rather be hounding the university and pounding on them to be doing the utmost they can with the given resources to make sure they're doing the best they can to keep students safe while we're here on campus. They are the ones that said that we were going to be doing a hybrid. They are the ones that said, yeah, we're going to try in-person classes. We're going to bring you all back. We're going to take your tuition dollars, and we're going to try to make this work. And now they're giving us these half-decent measures that most people don't feel entirely safe about. And their backup plan is obviously to send us home. They're completely okay with doing that and dropping us on our butts with and keeping our tuition dollars. So no, I don't really want to send students home. I want to keep pushing on the university to find other measures, to take more steps, to do more testing, to keep pushing, because we have people that want to be here, that want to stay here, that don't want to go home. And frankly, I agree with them. I want to stay here in State College. I mean, I live in State College, so it wouldn't change all that much for me. My family is also here, but I don't want my friends to go. And I want you guys, if you feel safe, if you feel comfortable staying in State College, I want you to be able to exercise that right. And I don't think the university should be able to just push and pull you as they please. Thank you.
Again, I'm going to be calling on people that have not spoken before. Amanda Bird, or Representative Bird.
Yeah, I guess since it seems like all the academic reps are doing this, I'm just gonna share my vote. I'm Amanda Bird, College of UMass. I also, you know, reached out to both my student council and then also the minorities and EMS group. And I actually had more people tell me that they thought campus should be closed. So I will be voting yes on this. And it wasn't just off-campus students. I would like to note, I also had students who are on campus and acknowledge how much they love being on campus and even that they feel safe on campus, but that the cases at other schools are really scaring them and they feel that, you know, that's going to happen here. So I will be voting yes on this.
Chair Rodriguez.
Hi, everyone. I just, Najee Rodriguez, College of the Liberal Arts. I just kind of want to make a point because I don't think it's been addressed kind of extensively in relation to what we've been discussing in terms of the legislation. Personally, I have not been hearing really anything for that fact from any administrative official about the support for disproportionately impacted communities that have been impacted by COVID. And I think that's kind of one of the utmost responsibilities that we have as representatives to represent those who have not been represented in the past. So I will bring the new point forward that I do not feel as if there have been adequately established measures to act as a financial lifeline to those students to provide that kind of support that there needs to be. I'm still uncertain in this vote as I'm kind of sifting through that kind of decision making. However, I do want to make the point that, again, there's not enough information coming from the university on what they can do to alleviate those concerns from those students from BIPOC communities. And I think that's something that we strongly have to consider because that hasn't been brought up enough. If anything, no matter what comes of this legislation, whether it passes or fails, as of right now, I think it would be best, as expressed earlier in the call during Open Student Forum, as BIPOC students have expressed, they don't feel safe going home. They don't feel comfortable going home. Some of them have nowhere to go. That being said, if there is more stringent measures that kind of delve into kind of some relocation or something that's more specific than what's already been stated. And I understand that it's vague right now because we don't know. But I do appreciate the efforts by the representatives who signed on to this, who mentioned that. I just think that there needs to be more extensive information before we make any final decision that affects the lives of thousands of students, or before we advocate for a decision that ultimately does that. Thank you so much.
Representative Tolliver.
Blake Tolliver, Black Caucus Rep. So many of my concerns were, I talked to my e-board and members of the community, Black community at Penn State, and there's a big concern about where they're going to live if we are going to go home. And a lot of students, which I represent, rely on like the resources at Penn State and also rely on jobs at Penn State. However, while those are the obvious kind of things to point out, there's also the issue of Wi-Fi. You know, if you don't have stable Wi-Fi connection where you are, how are you supposed to get a fair learning? You know, and I think that's something a lot of people need to take in consideration, because if you send somebody home, they don't have stable Wi-Fi, they're not able to connect to Zoom because this is all virtual, then they're not going to be getting a fair education. They might not do well in their finals. And then that leaves those students that are already marginalized, even more marginalized. Not even more marginalized, but at a higher disadvantage, like a greater disadvantage in the end. So I think it only hurts students. This whole thing only hurts students and helps.
Chair Mishler.
Adeline Mishler at large. So I am going to yield my time, and as well as I also have something to say. If you'd like, I'm going to yield my time first. But then if you'd like me to just rejoin the queue, go to the bottom of it to say what I would like to say, just let me know on that, Lexi. But with that, I yield my time to Executive Director of Sustainability, Care.
Care, if you could raise your hand just so I can see you and unmute you.
Hi, my name is Kara Sidhu. I'm the UPUA Executive Director of Sustainability. As someone who cannot vote, I want to inform you all about the sustainability of this initiative before you make any decisions. Financially, you are expecting international students to pay rent, and you are expecting them to drop at least $1,000 to go back home and other costs that are related to that. Saying to go back, in addition, is going to negatively affect the state college community instead of helping it. In regards to equity, who is saying who goes home? How does someone determine who is unsafe or not? There's obviously going to be a few people who are doing this, and we do not know their backgrounds. We do not know their biases. Mental health wise, it is Mental Health Awareness Month. And I find it abhorrent that some of you are not valuing the students who are saying their mental health will be affected. It doesn't matter if 50% of people surveyed feel safe going home. It should matter that 50% of the people do not feel safe going home. You all are talking about saving one life. What about saving one life that could be lost to battle with someone's mental health? Education. Even right now, everything is optional. The professors are expected to accommodate students who choose to return back home. Online classes could have future repercussions on industries in the future. How do you expect a nuclear engineer, for example, to work at a power plant and not put other lives in danger because they took a few online labs back when they were at undergrad? That's all I have for you.
Chair Mishler, I will allow you to speak since you yielded time, and there's still time on the clock.
Thank you. Adeline Mishler at large. So I'm shocked at all this discussion because I thought we had so many students come into Open Student Forum. And whenever the students speak for themselves, the representatives don't have to do so much talking, or at least that's my opinion. So yeah, I heard out the students in Open Student Forum, as I know that you all said that you did as well. And I'm going to be voting for what so many of them were advocating for on behalf of themselves, which is heroic and courageous. But something that I'm hung up on is the fact that students said today so clearly and so eloquently about like the responsibility in all of this, and hey, we want to make this work for student mental health for so many different things. And yet we as an organization won't even back the efforts to make this work. We are not pushing university. We won't even support the plan to try to make this work. Really, it's disheartening at best. that we really, we're turning our backs. I mean, we're turning our backs. Let's push the administration. Let's say no to this. Let's go forward. Let's get strategic. Let's advocate for what the students themselves said and advocated for.
All right. I see one person that hasn't, one representative that hasn't talked yet. Representative Refugio Lara.
Hi, Representative Lara, Latino Caucus. So after talking to a couple of people from my constituency, all I have to say is, so a lot of people who are voting yes in this, I don't know any of who you are, really, I don't know you that well. But a lot of ways, people who are voting no in this, if you're voting yes, there's a lot of ways that you have the privilege to vote yes, because a lot of people who are here and are voting no are here because they have a job and they have things that they have to do here. A lot of people don't have the privilege to go back home to a house. I myself don't have the privilege to go back home to a desk or anywhere to do my schoolwork in a comfortable manner. I live in a really small home with my mom, my dad, and my sister, and everything can be heard everywhere. So if I go back home, I know for a fact that my GPA will fall below anything that it's acceptable for me for my scholarship program. So that's all I have to say. Just please realize that everyone here who's voting no is voting no because they're not in a position of privilege to vote yes. And yeah.
I will allow the representatives that are on the queue right now to speak, but just please keep it brief. I believe after that, I will be closing debate, no exceptions. All right, Representative Robertson.
Hi. So, Representative Robertson at large, I commend the notion of engaging the Penn State student body with polls to allow them to inform student government policies, but I think this poll has significant drawbacks. Besides that, I disagree with the premise of this specific poll that student voices should affect this specific subject. The university should have made a unilateral decision not to bring students back in the first place, and students should not have been supplied the capacity to choose whether or not to fulfill their individual responsibilities, to even wear a mask or engage in ignoring CDC guidelines in East or in apartments. It's a proven instance after instance that putting socially starved 18-year-olds in dorms in East is not conducive to properly following CDC guidelines designed to mitigate the spread of COVID. Penn State's not unique from other institutions who have tried and failed to bring students back. And honestly, it looks more like a money-grabbing technique from the university than anything else. Penn State knew the risks associated with students coming back. They considered the grave consequences it has not only on students, but community members, and they went with it. But I will say the most important takeaway from this resolution is that we're advocating for a campus closure that does not ignore individual student circumstances. We were duly elected to represent students to the assembly back with virtual elections, so we should do exactly that to advocate on behalf of the student body. In this case, we don't care about the death rate. We care that deaths will happen, and we have a moral obligation to vote yes. It's important to acknowledge that extenuating circumstances and being able to make appeals to the university in this specific case is completely justifiable when a student will be dealing with mental health issues with returning, with international students who have to make large financial purchases to return back to their home countries. It's just important to consider all of those circumstances, as well as the notion that we're not trying to kick every single person out of campus. We're trying to decrease the amount of bodies that the virus can jump between and eventually jump to some like elderly cashier who you interact with at a store, or if you're walking downtown and take your mask off for half a second, the virus infects someone who can't fight off the disease. So those are the people who we're advocating for here as well. I think, frankly, it's morally reprehensible that we're talking about being okay with death rates among student body, among faculty and administration, among community members. I implore all of you to vote yes and change your minds on this subject. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Representative Round Sorensen.
So I would first like to say that I am financially struggling because I chose to stay home. It's putting a strain on my single mother who makes less than $30,000 a year. I don't feel privileged. I feel like I was actually not given a privilege to make an adequate or like legitimate decision. I feel like I was not allowed to freely enter into the decision to go back, and I feel largely unsupported and ignored by multiple departments of the university in my decision to come home. I feel like I am being ignored more now than we would be if the university closed, because then the university would be able to address all of our concerns as a whole, which is the point of this resolution. I also think we need to be careful suggesting that we are okay with any amount of student death. In my opinion, a vote no is a vote to be okay with that only 6%. We are elected to advocate for students, and advocating for being okay with any amount of their death is wrong. Please be careful, as the spread of misinformation is already rampant in society, and we should rise above that. Sometimes we need to advocate for the minority of students as representatives, as they could be being impacted by the choices of the many, as has been indicated by the university's choice to bring us back to campus. I have had many discussions with students and have received a largely different response than other representatives, which is why I co-sponsored this legislation and will be voting yes tonight. Everyone I have spoken with does not want the university to close. They feel it is necessary for it to close as for public safety and their own safety. We're being asked to listen to students, but the implication that brings in the context I've heard it in is to only listen to the ones who agree with you or that you want to listen to. These students who say that they want to stay have been advocated for, which is why they're on campus right now. What we're trying to do is advocate for people who have not been being heard, who are being ignored, including myself. I feel like I'm advocating for myself a little bit because I feel like I am being ignored as a student, which we are still students, not just representatives. I'm hearing a lot of I want this language as well, like I want to stay on campus. I also wanted to stay on campus, but that kind of individualism is exactly what has directly caused almost 200,000 deaths nationwide. And to address the comments in the chat about what gives representatives the power to advocate in this way, the election held this past spring gives us that privilege and furthermore responsibility to advocate. No one is suggesting we ignore mental health or suicide, and in fact, I think that this resolution supports mental health.
Finish the sentence, but then you're done.
I think it supports mental health more than a decision to keep students on campus.
Representative Meter.
Hi, Lakin Meter, Belisario College of Communications. I don't want to really echo anybody, so I'll try my best to keep this short. I understand reasons for not supporting this legislation, and if you are against it or you believe your constituents are, I encourage you to vote no. But as a bare minimum, a government's responsibility is to do everything they can to keep people alive. It's unfortunate that as a country, we've become okay with 5 million people getting the virus. We've become okay with nearly 200,000 people dying. But in the event that there's an outbreak among students, which is more likely than not if you look around at other universities, I will feel personally responsible if I didn't do everything possible to prevent an outbreak in the position that I was elected to. I was elected to better the lives of students, and while a campus shutdown will affect many students' lives in many different ways, I believe that attending class at home and alive is better than attending funerals for preventable deaths, and that's why I am voting yes on this legislation.
The last representative that will speak is Representative Klipstein. I did say that I would close debate after that.
Jacob Klipstein at large. First, I want to be very clear that as UPUA representatives, we are not spreading misinformation. There was a fact spread tonight that I shared an article from USA Today that shows that it is just not true. And I want to make sure that as representatives, we're doing the best we can to inform our constituencies correctly. We cannot make health decisions based on fake information. People's lives are at risk. Please do your best to find the best information you can get. And on the topic of all these constituents that have come in tonight, I've listened to every single one of you. I have talked to hundreds of students since I've gotten back to Penn State, and the majority that I have found as I talk to people has been that they think campus should close. And I feel terrible. I cannot put into words how terrible I feel for everyone that is going to be affected by this virus in different ways. I know, but there are problems that needed to be solved earlier. Penn State never should have opened in the first place. We shouldn't have come back. We had already lost the student over the summer, and we never had the answers about what Penn State was doing to keep us safe then and to keep us safe now. Really, we don't. Penn State failed us, and worse than that, our country failed us. I have taken this seriously and have considered being in the UPUA the honor of my time at Penn State and the honor of a lifetime, truthfully, and listening to what everyone has to say. But I have to look at the facts. Right now, between Iowa and Iowa State, they have the worst outbreak in the world. Fellow Big Ten schools have the worst outbreak in the world. we have noted the extenuated circumstances that we're facing. And I believe that we can push the university to help in our fight against mental health, or not against mental health, but to improve mental health. And we can really fight that. Unfortunately, I believe as a country, we have lost the battle against the coronavirus, and I don't think it's getting better. The worst thing that could happen to someone's mental health, I truly believe, and I don't want to speak for anyone else, but I'll speak to myself, is death. And the amount of death that I've seen as a country this year has racked my mental health every single day. I can say that there are more days in 2020 that I've cried over loss than that I have not. And I don't want to put any student, any family through that again. We've lost this battle with the virus, and I cannot stand that I didn't do everything in my power to make sure that we did not have one student die of it. Thank you.
And with that, I will be closing the floor for debate. I'm going to clear the chat. All right, so the floor is closed for debate. We will now be voting. I did see a motion to vote by roll call, and it was heavily seconded. As like before, I'm also going to allow the vote by roll call. Again, I will allow you guys to unmute yourselves. Please only unmute yourself to say yes or no for your vote of the legislation. Please mute yourself after so that there's no outside noise. And if that doesn't go well, and if people are muting themselves back and forth, I will then go back to what we're doing now, and it'll be a slower process that I have to unmute people. So again, I'm giving you guys that privilege. When your name is called, please say yes or no, and we will move from there. Speaker Zong, let me know when you're ready before I do so.
Okay, we're good to go. Arthi Kaur,
No.
Adeline Mishler,
No.
Alex Wu,
No.
Amanda Bird,
Yes.
Amy Gary,
No.
Anne-Marie Round Sorensen,
Yes.
Blake Tolliver,
No.
Brian Schultz,
No.
Cameron McColgan,
Yes.
Kara Flegel,
No.
Dan Risser,
No.
Aaron Bowes,
No.
Jacob Clipstein,
Yes.
Jarrell Gibbs, Jamie McGovern,
No.
John Mark Miller,
No.
Joshua Reynolds,
No.
Haley Quinnen, Cara DeLucio,
No.
Kelly Snyder,
No.
Lakin Meter,
Yes.
Lewis Richardson,
No.
Emmanuel Amante, Marie Meisner,
Yes.
Maddie McIntyre,
No.
Megan Dalo,
No.
Najee Rodriguez,
No.
Noah Robertson,
Yes.
Patty Brunji,
No.
Rainier Foley De Fiore,
No.
Refugio Lara,
No.
Ryan Lascausa,
Yes.
Samantha Brown,
No.
Sarah Jordan,
No.
Sophie Polillo,
No.
Cindy Gibbard,
No.
Tim Tierney,
No.
Tom Doherty,
Yes.
Sharushi,
No.
Yijin Zhang,
Yes.
Yuna Choi,
Yes.
and for my vote, I'm going to have to vote no.
Give us a second just to make sure that we have the same count and get the vote for you guys. The fact that I'm saying this for the 4th time, do not use the chat for personal attacks. I'm getting really tired of it, and I don't raise my voice like this. Please stop. That's the last time I'm going to say it, or else I'm just going to call to end this meeting. All right. Resolution 2015, calling for Penn State to transition to remote learning format and on-campus housing closures, fails with a vote of 11-28-0. With that, we will be moving down the agenda. And also, I've changed the chat that you can only chat with me. I gave you the privilege, and you guys kind of took it away from me. I'm sorry. All right, moving down the agenda. Confirmation of UPUA Assembly Secretary, Sandra Thomas. Sandra, if you could raise your hand so I can unmute you. Thank you so much for sticking around. You'll have 5 minutes to speak and then 10 minutes for questions.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Let me start off by saying thank you for offering me the opportunity to potentially become UPUA General Assembly Secretary. I'm so grateful for this opportunity, and I'm very excited to work with you all. My name is Sandra Thomas, and I'm a sophomore with an intended major in finance from Allentown, Pennsylvania. When it came time to pick a college, I knew Penn State was the right choice for me. I knew I wanted to go to a big school. My high school class had around 800 kids, and my whole school had over 3,000. I knew that a big school could provide me with unmatched opportunities both in and out of the classroom and would offer me the best chance to develop myself and step outside of my comfort zone both professionally and personally. I chose Penn State because I loved how much of a community Penn State has and how loyal the alumni are to the school. I hope to give back to this community, which has done so much for me through UPUA and help future generations of Penn Staters for years to come. At Penn State, I have had a variety of experiences that have prepared me well for this role. I'm a fund manager in the Nittany Lion Fund, an $11 million student-run hedge fund of private investor capital. Through this position, I learned how to communicate professionally by creating reports for other fund managers and investors about how companies I was responsible for were performing, allowing me to develop strong attention to detail, accountability, and communication skills. I also presented all investment ideas in front of roughly 40 other students regularly, allowing me to develop good presentation skills and the ability to think on the spot. This experience has allowed me to develop strong technical skills needed for the secretary position. I'm also on the Blue and White Society Program Board, a 50-person leadership council for one of the largest student organizations on campus with over 6,000 members. Through this experience, I was able to connect current Blue and White Society students to Penn State alumni and foster professional relationships through events. My roles in this position included event planning, writing newsletters, and social media updates for alumni, and reaching out to alumni to connect them with students. Through this role, I learned the logistics of event planning, effectively communicating, and reaching out to businesses and people in a professional manner. This school year, I will be on the philanthropy committee where I will help lead the Blue and White Society in raising money for SON. During SON 2020, I was a committee member on the Rules and Regulations Committee. On my committee, I was a Rally Points chair, and I helped boost morale within the committee. This role helped me develop empathy and compassion and helped me see the power in teamwork for achieving a goal for the greater good. Through this role, I learned the importance of helping others, and I tend to be approachable and help in any way I can in UPUA. These experiences have all developed skills I believe would help me be a great asset to UPUA and will allow me to be a good secretary. I believe accurately recording meeting minutes will improve the transparency and communication about UPA meetings and initiatives to all members of UPUA and the general Penn State student body. I hope to streamline communication within UPUA, allowing members to avoid miscommunication. I also hope to accurately record all UPUA meetings in an accessible and easy to understand manner for all Penn State students to access now and in the future. Overall, I hope to bridge any communication gaps between UPUA members and UPUA and the general Penn State community. I'm very excited about the opportunity to give back to the Penn State student body by being UPUA General Assembly Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, are there any questions for Sandra? Representative Tierney?
Tim Tierney at large. Hello, hope you're having a good night. I just wanted to hear about a time where you had to meet a really strict deadline, even though it seemed tough, but you were still able to accomplish the goal you were given.
Yeah, so an example of this for me would be over the summer for the Nannyline Fund, I had to take on the weekly report midway through because the old director of weekly reports had to quit due to other commitments. And so the entire report is compiled within a day. You get the reports, you start the report on Sunday and it has to be turned to investors by noon Monday. And it was really tough for me at first because I was still learning the weekly and kind of the different components of it and working with it. But I also had that strict deadline, and what really worked for me was kind of making a strict schedule and allotting time to it, and also prioritizing what needed to be done. So that time the weekly was my priority, and I believe prioritizing would help me meet deadlines.
Representative Risser?
Yeah, hi Sandra. Thanks for coming out tonight. So being the secretary of the UPUA requires many long hours and late nights sometimes. Can you briefly touch and explain on your time management skills?
Yeah, so I think my time management skills are really good. For example, as you've seen, I'm involved quite a bit at school, and being so involved has helped me develop really strong time management skills. I think for me, at the end of the day, it comes down to having a really strict schedule, prioritizing what needs to be done. If something had to be done for UPUA, that would be my priority at that time. And additionally, it also comes down to, if need be, making sacrifices in other areas of my life if something important has to be done.
All right, are there any other questions for Sandra? All right, seeing none, I'm going to attempt to put you in a breakout room. I was told by our advisor that Zoom's been kind of wonky with them today, so if it doesn't work, I'll put you in the waiting room, but let's see if it works right now.
Thank you.
Let me know if you get the notification to join, and then just go right in. All right. Speaker Zong, will you explain your nomination?
Yeah, sure. I mean, to start, the one thing that I really admire about her is just how much she's been involved with, just as a sophomore as well. When you're looking at something like the Blue and White Board, Penn State Investment Association, Thon, or the Nittany Lion Fund, a lot of them already have extremely strict deadlines. And again, as you've kind of heard, she is a very punctual person. She's someone who's very keen on making those deadlines, making time and organization, having good organization skills. And I think just being in a lot of these professional organizations, working with people beyond students, especially with something like the fund, which is a lot less forgiving, I think gives her that experience to be someone who's very punctual as a secretary. When we did the interview, I was very impressed with just how strongly she was able to communicate professionally, not only in person, but also over a lot of the interview questions that we, or just general questions that we had on the form. Sorry, I can't speak. It's been a long day. But yeah, and other than that, she's someone who's just very much willing to learn. And I really, really appreciate how she shares a very fluid leadership style, as I do, when we kind of discussed in steering, but this idea that she's someone who can really fill into different parts as needed and be someone who's willing to go beyond some of her required positions and just help out as a team player. I know that's something that I really, really value in people who are who are able to really go beyond what their positions call for, and really just be a helping hand when they need it. I know that's what I want to be for other people, and that's what I really hope people like the secretary will be, because there are going to be times where, whether it's over Zoom or in person, hiccups are going to occur. And I really appreciate having someone who's there to kind of tackle issues as they come and really be someone who's cool and level-headed with the rest of us who are trying to just make everything work. So yeah.
All right, are there any questions for Speaker Zong? All right, seeing none, is there any discussion? Chair Jordan?
Hi, Sarah Jordan at large. I just want to say also, I was really impressed by her interview. She seemed like, for all of her background knowledge and her clubs that she's involved in, she'll fit right into this position pretty well. She seemed really adaptable to the changes, and like obviously sitting on Zoom for long hours can be tiring, but she seemed really kind of excited to be involved in UPUA and get a new fresh start. So I just want you guys to know that I am supportive of her, and I hope you all are too.
Representative Tierney?
Continuing at large, I just wanted to say I feel kind of bad for Sandra for the long night she's going to be pulling as secretary last year. It was quite a daunting task, but it's really rewarding. And after hearing her confirmation speech, sorry, it's been a long night, I know she's more than qualified for it. I know she's going to do a great job, and I think that we should all put our faith in her to elect her as the next secretary.
All right, is there any other discussion? All right, seeing none, I'll explain the process again just for those of you who weren't aware from last week or just forgot. Please open Microsoft Teams, go to the UPUA channel, and then go to the General Assembly channel specifically. Only representatives have access to that. In there, Speaker Zong will send the form where you vote. You can only vote once. Microsoft Teams makes sure that you can. It is all anonymous as well. So please head over to the form to vote, and thanks for being patient, and I'll be back with you once we have a count. I'm going to repeat just for everyone to where to find the form. Go to Microsoft Teams, go to the UPUA channel, and specifically the General Assembly channel. Only the representatives have access to that. That's where the form was sent. If there needs any other clarification, please let me know, but it's on Microsoft Teams. Again, please remember to vote. I'm going to give it another minute, and then we're just going to close the ballot. I'll give it another minute and 30 seconds. How about that? So please get over to Microsoft Teams to cast your ballot to vote. If not, we will be closing it within then. I've closed the ballot. We are now counting the votes right now. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna allow her back into the room. Congratulations, Sandra. You have been confirmed with an unanimous vote of 38-0. And there was one representative that couldn't vote through the form, so they messaged me individually just as a transparency sake to everybody. All right, with that, we will now move into swearing in of UPUA Assembly Secretary. President McKay, if you could take it over, and Sandra, if you could raise your hand so that you can unmute yourself. Ooh, there you go. President McKay, when you're ready.
Hello, Sandra. Congratulations. If you could please raise your right arm and repeat after me. I promise to faithfully uphold.
I promise to faithfully uphold
The Constitution of the University Park Undergraduate Association.
the Constitution of the University Park Undergraduate Association.
And to defend the rights of each individual student.
And to defend the rights of each individual student.
While working towards the betterment of student life.
While working towards betterment of student life.
I shall perform to the best of my ability.
I shall perform to the best of my ability.
The responsibilities and duties.
My responsibilities and duties.
That have been entrusted to me.
That have been entrusted to me.
By the University Park Undergraduate Student Body.
By the University Park Undergraduate Student Body.
Through virtue of the office which I hold.
Through virtue of the office which I hold.
Congratulations, Sandra.
All right, we'll keep going, moving down the agenda with line item D, which is resolution 1915, support for international students affected by COVID-19 course delivery. Chair Rodriguez or Representative Shi, if you'd like to introduce this, just raise your hand so I can unmute you.
Hi, good evening, or basically good night already, fellow representatives. I'm going to keep this short since it's already 11 o'clock. So basically right now, a lot of international students are, back in their home countries. And for many of students in Asia, they have to work on completely, basically upside down schedule. Sometimes they have to take class at 9 p.m., 12 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and then they have to go to sleep. And then probably at, 6 a.m., their family's going to be up, going to work, cooking breakfast, watching TV, etc. So eventually we have all the international students in Asia pretty much not having their sleeps. So we see that as an issue. So we develop, a stage-by-stage plan. The first stage, as we see in this resolution, is that we're trying to, work with the CAP service to develop, specialized services for international students and to work fit in their own time zone. So basically, we want to have, advisors or even peer advisors that can work in their own time schedule. So basically, we want to expand the the service hours right now for the CAP service. As we see right now, the service hour for CAPS is from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. In the Eastern U.S. time, but clearly this schedule doesn't work for international students in a different time zone. So as we see, we provided, so basically this resolution will enable us to start to work with CAP service. And the second step, as we see in the recommended course of action, is that we're gonna the Justice and Equity Committee is going to work with AEC to contact the Faculty Senate to develop a new policy, basically to give attendance forgiveness to international students being affected by this time zone in their home countries, so they don't have to take classes 2 a.m. 3 a.m., which clearly is not going to work the best for their academics. And for the but some classes and professors still have this participation grade, or like if you miss a certain amount of classes, your letter grade drops by a letter or two. So like a fill in for that is that as professors recorded lectures and put them online for international students by registration, they can have the content quizzes for those students to take to fill in, to make sure that they take the lectures and fill in those attendance grades. I think that's about it. If Representative Rodriguez or Representative Kara has anything to add, or anyone have any questions, discussions?
I would just ask to keep it brief if there is something to add, but Chair Rodriguez.
Najee Rodriguez, College of the Liberal Arts. I just kind of wanted to extend my sincerest thanks to Representative Shi for bringing this to our attention. As I've said many times before, we are utilizing the committee in the way that it should be utilized to continue and advance advocacy in the way that it should be within the realms of justice and equity, and this is a part of it. Obviously, for the first few weeks, we did everything that we can to work together with Representative Shi and Vice Chair Kaler to come to this conclusion and this resolution, which ultimately aims to advocate on behalf of international students in terms of improving their mental health and providing those resources to make known in our parameters of an advocacy organization, and also to kind of engage with other university affiliates who can contribute to the betterment of the mental health. And of course, the advocating for further action down the line. So this is the first great step of hopefully many steps that we can continue to improve the livelihoods of international students during this very tumultuous time. Again, I thank Representative Shi and Vice Chair Kaler and everyone who has worked on making this a possibility. This is real work, and I'm so proud to have Representative Shi introduce it, and I'm so happy to have been a part of this. Thank you, guys.
Representative Choi.
Choi at large. I just had a quick question. So I was wondering, is there a second piece of legislation that's going to come for like the support of attendance forgiveness policies through AAC, or is this kind of like it? I just was wondering.
I'll also clarify, we are in the questions period for the co-sponsors. So Representative Shi.
Yes, we are actually currently working on another resolution that's going to come through AAC by the next committee meeting, and we are going to bring up the new policy to Faculty Senate by the first Faculty Senate meeting, which is September 15th.
Are there any other questions for Chair Rodriguez or Representative Shi? All right, is there any discussion? All right, Seeing no discussion, I will now close the floor for debate. Speaker Zong, if you just be prepared with the form. Again, same concept as before. Please go to Microsoft Teams to the General Assembly channel within the UPUA channel, and that's where the form will be sent to vote on this resolution. Again, I'm not going to give it much time, so please head over to Microsoft Teams, and then we'll let you know when we have a vote. I'm going to give it about another minute. Please cast your vote. It is in Microsoft Teams, just as a reminder. Yeah. All right, the ballot's been closed. We're going to be counting the votes. All right, resolution 2015. Oh, wait. Yeah, resolution 1915, support for international students affected by COVID-19 course delivery, passes with a vote of 36-0-0. And with that, we will now move on to the next part of our agenda, which is report by the Chief Justice of the Judicial Board. Chief Justice Shookman, if you could raise your hand so I can unmute you if you have a report.
Oh, I'm a co-host, so I can just unmute myself. Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. Really short report, trying to get you guys out as fast as possible. The application for Associate Justice for the J Board did close this past Friday. We do have a good number of applicants. Zach and I will be interviewing them over the next few days. As he mentioned, we are looking to fill those 4 vacant seats on the board. We are also currently exploring adding some additional positions to the J Board, something sort of like a court clerk, where the person would not have the duties and responsibilities of a justice, but would be able to be involved in the J Board and assist, a few positions like that. I will, of course, keep you all updated as we continue that conversation, but I just want to let you know that it is something that I'm thinking about adding and very much looking forward to. And that's all.
Are there any questions for Chief Justice Shookman? All right, seeing none, we'll now move on to executive reports. If you are an executive director and you have a report, please raise your hand. If not, I will keep moving on. All right, seeing no executive reports, we'll now move on to report by the Speaker of the Assembly, Speaker Zong.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I don't know how I'm feeling right now. I think I'm just really disappointed with how everything went tonight. yes, it was a very intense debate, right? But I don't think it was a good debate. I don't think it was a productive debate. I don't think it was an intellectual or academic debate, especially when there's so many ad hominem attacks and mudslinging going on. What it is, it's dirty debate, and we scoff at our political systems. We scoff at the people who are at the top of our institutions for engaging in the same things, and we vow to do better. And it's just disappointing to see people devolve into the same thing over and over again, right? And I get that this is a very tough vote, and I get that this is a very tough discussion to have, especially when you are, having such a big impact on the student body in doing so, and making sure that you are someone who's being there for students. But at the same time, there has to be a point where we do realize that we have to maintain that decorum and maintain our humanity, right? I don't think anyone in our assembly is representing students with the idea that they want students to get killed or willfully killed one way or another. And if anyone is, I really encourage them to leave our organization, because we're not about spreading hate and we're not about spreading all of that BS. If you genuinely think that someone in this room is looking to get people killed with your decisions, I think we also need to have a conversation, because there's just some humanizing and empathy that needs to be done. But because everyone is here for betterment of student life, there's so many different voices, opinions, theories. We don't have the power of foresight to see what happens in the future. We can't act in a position where we think that we're going to be absolutely correct, right? And even now, I'm still very torn on this decision. I'm still very torn on everything that we're discussed today. I don't think that there's a right answer just yet. And until we get to that right answer, there's really no point in slinging mud and just, I don't know. It's something that I think has gotten progressively worse over the past few assemblies. And I don't think that it's any specific representative. I just think that's a very atmospheric thing that we have to be mindful of as every single person. When you're addressing someone else's point, please don't directly address their name. Don't directly address them. Address the chair just for a point of decorum, right? Second point, moving into all of this, I don't think that this is a discussion on student safety. I think this is a discussion on whether Penn State administration is actually competent enough to get all this done. I don't think people who are advocating for campus closure are doing so because students are irresponsible, but we're advocating for it because we don't have faith in Penn State to get it right, hold people accountable, and actually maintain the virus. I don't think people are, advocating for campuses stay open just because they want to have fun, but because we don't think administration have the resources and the ability to make students to really help students who really need it to stay on campus. And I recognize that. I think that it's a very big debate, not about student safety, but about whether administration can get it right. And I do also understand that administration has failed us so many times in the past. I think UPUA has always played very nice with administration, and it's really time that we flip that narrative and make sure that we're advocating for the constituencies that we are representing. And after all that happened tonight, I really hope that no matter who you fought or supported, I wholeheartedly hope that everyone wakes up tomorrow putting their all into what we're advocating for. We play the cards we're dealt, and the time is ticking, The one thing that I'm very, very, happy about that came out of everything tonight is really this discussion about representation and who we should be representing, what we should be representing, what our job is as representatives. One way or another, I think there's so many more student voices that are being included than ever before. And I think that that's a very big conscious effort on a lot of representatives who think that this is the time to really get it right? This idea, whether it is one survey by one person or quickly polling their constituencies for another person, this is what the legislative branch is built for. This is what everyone should be doing. In the past, we've all lived in this ivory tower as representatives to say, and I'm guilty of this, right? The idea that we know what's best for the students, but at the end, we're voted in by our students, but we also have to listen to them as we go. Again, I'm not advocating for any specific piece of legislation that went over tonight. I just think that we should be really conscious of how we're doing everything. One last thing that has escaped me for now. Okay, I really can't remember it, but I think it's pretty important. And when I do remember, I can bring it up in open student forum. But yeah, I mean, another thing is all our recordings, all these meetings are being recorded. We have links for a lot of them. if you're someone who thinks, who wants to really appreciate, and I think for me, taking meeting minutes has really helped me detach from everything. If you're someone who really appreciates just looking back at all of this and kind of seeing, man, like I did engage in some ad hominem attacks, or like I do think that this did go a bit more seriously, I encourage you to reach out to your Pathical, to really look for those meeting minutes, look for the recordings, and just play it back to yourself. I've gained so much of a different perspective taking minutes as instead of just being in the thick of things as a representative for the past few meetings, where it's just so different when you're having a bird's eye view on everything, and I encourage everyone to do that. Yeah. Oh, I do remember now. Someone told me that for Representative Reynolds' survey, there are people who are spreading it, not representatives, but there are people who are spreading it with the narrative that UPUA wants to shut down campus. And I just want to make sure that for our representatives, it's your prerogative to stop misinformation whenever it comes out, whether it is in a survey one way or another. This isn't any specific representative's fault. But if you're seeing that happening, you should speak up and say, hey, that's not cool. We haven't really decided on this yet. This survey is to decide on campus closure, for example, or what our policy should be. This isn't because of campus closure. I'm a big man on numbers and stats as an econ major, and there's so much that you have to make sure that you aren't, tainting a data set just with preconceived notions. And it's really important to make sure that if we are going down the route where our representation is going through surveys, whether it is a simplified random sample or through an entire listserv of the entire Penn State student body, that we are stopping misinformation as it comes out, just to make sure that we are being just in our processes. Yeah, if anyone has any, comments, questions, concerns, please reach out to me. I'm always open. But I really hope that we can get over this, period of time where I think we just need to stop attacking people rather than debating legislation heartily as representatives. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Speaker Zong? All right, seeing none, we'll now move on to comments of the committees, starting with Academic Affairs. Chair Barunji, raise your hand so I can unmute you.
All right. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for the debate tonight and just the work that's been coming out of this organization. I understand is fully for the betterment of student lives, so I appreciated hearing everyone's debate. I just hope that in the future it can be done in a more respectful manner. In terms of AAC, I don't have too much of a long report other than I will be attending the first AQ meeting tomorrow. So AQ is basically a body that's in charge of basically like fulfilling all of the policies passed through Faculty Senate. So if anybody has any questions about AQ and what they're currently working on and what they'll be implementing this year, please reach out to me. Additionally, the first Faculty Senate meeting is going to be September 14th, which is extremely important, and I want that to stay on everyone's radar, because as we continue to work on legislation and pass different things, I have kind of recognized and kind of feel like this year is going to be a big year for getting different things, especially relating to COVID and different accommodations and assistance to students. A lot of those policies will be passed through Faculty Senate. So I just want to let everybody know that AAC is definitely thinking about those things. We're thinking about things like grade forgiveness. As Representative Shi mentioned, we will be working on legislation on different policies to hopefully take to Senate about different accommodations for international students. So if anybody, regardless of or not of whether you sit on AAC, please reach out to me if those are things that you're passionate about and want to work on with me. I would definitely love as much input as possible as we prepare for our Senate meeting within 2 weeks. So that's basically all I had. Thank you, everyone, and have a good rest of your night.
Are there any questions for Chair Barunji? All right, seeing none, we'll now move on to facilities. Chair Jordan.
Sorry, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you all. Okay, so into my report.
Order dining rolled out last week. I hope you're all using that to your fullest advantage. If you have any feedback, please text or email it to me or Vice Chair Gary. The order head team will like it in their next meeting. Just for general updates, if you're enjoying it, anything you think needs to be fixed, just let us know. We will relay that information at our next meeting. Just so everyone is aware, there will be no indoor tabling this fall. There are 4 locations you can choose from outside on the south patio of the hub. And those locations and like the times of it are located on 25 Live. If you have any questions about that, let me know as well. I can help you navigate 25 Live. It can be confusing at some points. The WEPA printers have been installed throughout campus, which is an easy and quick way for any student or staff to print pages digitally. Reach out to Representative McIntyre or myself with any questions. And then facilities people, hi, we will be meeting Monday or Sunday at 12. If you will not be there, you need to let Vice Chair Gary know as soon as possible to avoid attendance points. That's all for now, and see you all later.
Are there any questions for Chair Jordan? All right, seeing none. Chair Doherty for Governmental Affairs, if you could raise your hand.
All right, let's do this really quickly because I know you guys want to get out of here. I met with the president of GBSA, Alex Zhao, and Speaker Zhang to talk about the potential for 2 borough council seats for students, which would be really huge over one. Met with the borough manager, Tom Fontaine, and we're going to be drafting a plan that we're going to be proposing to borough council, which if potentially voted on the 14th or the 21st, depending if it's tabled. If it gets voted yes, our proposal would be actual legislation, which would be really cool. And we'd be able to get 2 people up, 2 students up in the borough council for the student seat, 1 for GPSA, 1 for UPUA, which would be a big win for both of our organizations. Representative Noah Robertson and myself met with many other leaders in the PSU Votes Initiative and the CCCPP, there we go, in order for us to just talk about different ideas we have for PSU votes and our initial drives and any efforts that may have been changed because of the ongoing situation with COVID-19. I proposed the idea of us having a Commonwealth, the same way the big Commonwealth vote drive, just the same way the Big 10 voter challenges. So we'd be doing that with the Commonwealth campuses. So we're able to really try to like incite voting from other Commonwealth campuses and really try to get a challenge going, some friendly competition, which I hope will help us spread out some more resources over to the Commonwealth campuses. And if you are interested at all, and I mean at all, in the interim borough seat that is currently up, please reach out to me. I would love to talk with you about it. Someone who ran for the borough council once and has gone through the interim process a little bit. And if you also want to reach out to, if you're really considering it and you don't want to reach out to me, you want to reach out to somebody else that's a really staple in the community, I'd recommend reaching out to Professor James Tierney. I just talked with him today and he really wants students to put their name in the hat. There's nothing bad that can happen from the situation. You won't get penalized for putting your name in the hat. So the more students we have in there, the better. It's a very cool experience. That is all. I'll answer any questions anyone has.
Are there any questions for Chair Doherty? All right, seeing none, we'll now move on to the Committee of Justice and Equity with Chair Rodriguez.
Hi everyone, happy Wednesday, aka a few days until Friday. All right, moving on to my report. I just wanted to express again my gratitude for Representative Shi for bringing a new perspective to the committee and ensuring that the international community and the students that are within that community are heard within the UPUA without a doubt. That is going to be the goal for years to come, and I'm so proud of this essential advocacy. I also wanted to thank Vice Chair Kaler for ensuring that there is continued transparency through the Justice and Equity Committee. We published our weekly newsletter and then the main points of our meeting that we had in the PowerPoint. So go ahead and take a look at those on our social media. They're there for you guys and for the students to know what we're doing. We want to be as transparent as possible. And again, a huge thanks to Vice Chair Kaler for keeping that all running and going. So I just wanted to express something that is of some concern within Justice and Equity to student representatives, like all of you in this room. after the executive director of outreach and I were talking, Aphrodite, we were discussing kind of the juggling of initiatives that justice and equity can ultimately undertake, given the representatives that are on our committee. As of now, the Department of Outreach has more members than the actual committee on justice and equity does. More positions as well in that sense. There's multiple factors that are kind of important in that sense, given that we have such an enormous workload and we don't have enough representatives to divvy that up. I've been doing my best to kind of delve into initiatives that we kind of are trying to advance and that we've established as being on our tentative docket of future legislation. But right now it's not seeming like it's enough for us to tackle everything. Again, if you do have an interest, please contact me. Any help at all would be greatly appreciated. We're working currently on land acknowledgement for the Indigenous community right now. Representative Bose is working on the Women's Empowerment Initiative. And of course, we're still organizing the disproportionate effects on protected classes and the solutions to that. So again, all of these are essential and they're absolutely important to kind of pass in terms of what they can do and initiatives for underrepresented communities at Penn State. If you have any questions at all, I know a lot of you have expressed passion tonight on behalf of these underrepresented communities. And if you're committed to ensuring that that passion is seen through, this is the way to do it. Contact me. You don't need to be in the committee, but act on what you say. There are initiatives that pertain to those specific problems. So don't advocate on behalf of those communities if you're not going to actually do anything about it. There's an initiative that's there. I'm telling you guys, this could help with finding solutions and working with university officials to see what we can do in terms of financial relief, food security, and ensuring that food is given. There's so many ideas that can be done with that. So please message me. My email is available. Thank you all so much. That kind of concludes my report. Again, if you have any questions about justice and equity, do not hesitate to contact either Vice Chair or me. Have a great rest of your night, guys.
Are there any questions for Chair Rodriguez? All right, seeing none, we'll now move on to the Committee of Student Life with Chair Mishler.
Hi, everyone. So quick report for me, things that I'm working on right now. I'm working with Representative Lewis Richardson to get more information on SORA, which is the Student Conduct Rights Advisory Program that UPUA houses, looking at making that resource accessible to students and strengthening that program and the work that he is doing. Working also with the Student Engagement Network. They have some cool additions that are coming, some engagement portals that will be really beneficial for student involvement at Penn State and just student engagement in general, especially in the digital format. So staying in touch there. And of course, working weekly with the Public Health Ambassadors Program and just getting feedback on the, providing feedback to the program, student perspective. If you have anything that you'd like me to elevate to that group, please feel free to reach out, really regardless of the committee you sit on, and I'd be happy to elevate your thoughts or connect you to who you want to be connected to. Most importantly, I just want to direct you all, my committee members, to the student life teams. If you're not in the student life committee and aren't in the student life teams, let me know. Just if you want to see all the stuff we have going on there. There are some action items that you need to complete in the team, so please do that if you haven't done that already. There is overwhelming support for committees being at Thursday at 6 p.m. Almost every single person said that. So we'll keep committees at that time. If you are an individual that time isn't conducive for you, reach out. I'll also try to do my own fair share of reaching out. And so that we can get the right method or platform for you so that you can be immersed with the committee and feel engaged and be able to do your work as well. Tomorrow, please come prepared to committee. We'll be hearing from each of you so we can all get on the same page about where things are with our advocacy efforts, what we've been up to, and how we can get together and move forward. We'll also be moving into some breakout sessions talking specifically about putting a lot of this, a lot of student concerns right now into action, advocacy really into action, and as well as talking about mental health and wellness and sexual violence awareness and prevention. So please, please, please come. We'll be there for the full hour doing a lot of good work, and come with any questions that you have, as always. But yes, go to the teams and everything is laid out nice and organized in the Student Life for the Week announcements. So please go. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Chair Mishler? All right, seeing none, we'll now move on to comments for the good of the order. I just want to end by saying everything I say is not a personal attack to someone. I'm just trying to keep the order of the meeting. I'm not, that's not my objective. So if at any point, if you thought I was being unfair, just know I'm still learning in my role here. But yeah, just wanted to say that. And again, I always appreciate debate, but when it's civil, I don't like when it gets to that point. If there's any other comments for the good of the order, please raise your hand in the participants tab. Representative Tierney.
Tim Tierney at large. Hi, can you all hear me? You can hear me. Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I sound like a broken record, but it's that time of year again. It's everyone's favorite time of year. Yes, Lion Caucus applications. Please join us. It's a lot of fun. I'm chairing the advocacy committee. I won't be able to bribe you like previous chairs of that committee would with food, but I hope to bribe you with other things. We're going to be doing a lot of great work to help not only the Penn State community, but the State College community as well. It's gonna be a lot of fun, gonna be a lot of work. Go ahead and apply. Lion Caucus website, gov.psu.edu/Lion Caucus. Hope to see you there.
All right, again, with comments of the good of the order, you have 2 minutes, but Representative Lascausa.
Ryan Lascausa, Lion Pride representative. I just want to inform everybody that, the Center for Sexual and Gender Diversity has their late nights before our Wednesday meetings, actually, where they usually have, well, if it's in person, when it was in person, they usually had activities, but it's mostly virtual online stuff. So if you guys want to do any of that. Also, the Lion Pride meets on Thursdays at 7 p.m. And yeah, if you guys want to do any of that stuff, be involved with the LGBT community in any way, those are 2 good things to get involved in. And that's it.
All right, Representative Reynolds.
I would like to say thank you to those who did vote yes on the last resolution, even though I clearly very strongly opposed it. Simply because, as I said before, we do represent different constituencies, and because there are students who do believe that we should close, that there should also be representatives who advocate for that same position. And for that reason, I will once again ask that everybody please seriously share the survey and try to make sure that we reach as many as possible. I know it is not perfect. I spent my whole weekend trying to do the best I could with it. The best thing would be for the university to reach out. Second best would be a full mass email. But failing those 2 alternatives, counting on the UPUA's representatives to reach out to all of your unique constituents, because as some said, most of your friends support closure. So it's important that we make sure that when we're gathering the student input, that we really make sure that all of our constituents get to share that input. And for everybody who attended the meeting, thank you so very much for coming. I would love to see more people come every night, and a wide range of people as well. So please, I think it would be a great precedent for us to have a greater public attendance, especially while it's so convenient over Zoom. So thank you for the intense and well fought debate. Unfortunately, it was a little too much fighting, and a fair bit of that was my fault, but I do truly appreciate the fact that you did your best to represent for your own unique constituents.
Representative Meter.
Hi, everyone. If there's any students not in the UPUA that are still present, I really wanted to thank you for staying this whole time and giving your input in the beginning and just being active in student government. It's so important. One thing I did just want to sort of piggyback off of Representative Reynolds is that I think it's so important that we all remember that we're voting in the way that we think is right. At the end of the day, all of us do think that we're right and we think that we're acting in the best interest of students. This is my first year in UPUA and I was reluctant to join just because I knew of the toxic culture that a lot of people associate it with. While I definitely think this assembly has far surpassed any of the things that I heard before, I personally do feel like it is a lot of the same representatives that are always getting called for personal attacks. So I don't think that's cool, but again, everyone does think that they're right and they're acting on behalf of the students, and I do appreciate that aspect of it.
Are there any other comments for the good of the order? All right, seeing none, and with Speaker Zong taking closing roll call as comments of the good of the order we're going. The meeting is adjourned at 11:38 p.m. Good night, everybody. And I'll stay around for the reporters if there are any. I'm just gonna ask, is there anyone here from media? Anyone, newspaper? I just wanna like stick around in case if there's anyone around. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone, but if so, I think you guys all have Zach and I's numbers regardless, but to everyone that's left, good night. Sleep well.